That's my baby.
My
baby. She sets this room on fire.
Yeah, she does. Yeah. To yours truly, Brother Preach. See her right there? That's my girl. She makes me feel. She makes me feel. I don't know how else to say it, but say it like this.
You make me feel so new. Man, the way you do it, I guess to the things you do. And I'm so in love with you. Make me feel so new. Man, the way you do it, I dance to the things you do. And I'm so in love with I love the way I feel. Yes, baby, I love it. Yes, baby, I love it. Man, I gotta tell you that I love the way I feel. Yes, baby, I love it. Yes, baby, I love it. Man, I gotta tell you
So sexy, so right. See the walk, alright. Watch it shift. So good. Ride. See the love. Come on, give it. Bring the vibe. Let's live it. I crave it, man. So the more we build, we're stronger. The vibe is good to last longer. Come on, baby, let's get crazy, get married, have a baby. Wanna know how you make you feel? Here, my lady.
you got a hold of me. You don't know what you do to me. I want you to know you're a part of me. I'm so in love with you, girl. You make me feel so new. Man, the way you do it, I dance to the things you do. And I'm so in love with you. Make me feel so new. Man, the way you do it, I dance to the things you do. And I'm so in love with I love the way I feel. Yes, baby, I love it. Yes, baby, I love it. Man, I gotta tell you that I love the way I feel. Yes, baby, I love it. Yes, baby, I love it. Man, I gotta tell you that.
Come on, babe, let's take a ride. Yeah. Just trust, you'll be alright. Yeah. This the place, let's chill. Yeah. This vibe is so real. Take your hand, and tell you how much you mean to me. Confess my heart to bring the real out genuinely. Slow the pull of ring out, watch the eyes sparkle. Hit the joyful shout and the legs crumble. Even though at times our bond tumbles, Christ kept us good, had bad troubles. Take this as a promise to be faithful. Pop the question without sounding too humble.
You make me feel so
So,
man, the way you do it,
yeah,
I dance to the things you do.
the things you do.
So love it, you make me feel so
So,
new. Man, the way you
yeah,
do it, I dance to the things you do. And I'm so
cause I
love the way I feel.
love the way you make me feel.
Yes, baby, I love it.
I love it.
Yes, baby, I love it.
I love it.
Man, I gotta tell you that I love the way I feel.
The way I feel, cause of
Yes,
you.
baby, I love it.
So much.
Baby, I love it. Man, I gotta tell you that I love the way I feel.
Dedicated to my queen.
Yes, baby, I
Love you,
love
baby.
it. Yes, baby, I
Yeah.
love it.
Love the way you make me feel.
I love the way I
No critical, gives the music, baby. Brother Preach.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, please, people, come on, we're adults here.
You know what?
Be adults.
What is the point
the
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip flops. These are my flip flops. Yeah, I really like my flip flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl, like going
That is
and
the
getting
best
nails
shit
done.
fucking
Shopping for the
ever.
dresses with mommy. I was the, tomboy that liked playing with.
Shout out to Cherry for just being just easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys.
Karen
Woo! Good morning, people. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I saw somebody in chat said it was a long 3 days. It kind of was. Kind of was. I mean, I did get to hang out with you guys a little bit over the weekend, which was really, really nice. Thank you guys for that. But man, I'm jacked. I'm jacked to the tits. I'm jacked to the tits. Oh my God, people. The Google searches. It's gonna happen today. It's gonna fucking happen. It's gonna happen. And oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super 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 dad. Super dad.
Liz Reed, always welcome here, and thank you so much. Love to Alan in the defense and you all. Yes, much love to you and your family as well. What the hell is Clever doing? What are you doing, bro? Hey. Talking to you. Come here. What are you doing, bro? What are you getting into? All right. Thank you, Liz Reed. Positive vibes, all positive vibes coming from here. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yeah, people. The Google searches are gonna happen today. They're absolutely gonna happen. It's gonna be amazing. Now let me get this ready here because I want to make sure. Okay, wait. Yep. Karen Reed's biggest fan. Here we go. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Caitlin Spector, thank you so much. Let's go. No mercy. Happy Jenn McCabe Day, everyone. Oh my God. Y'all are calling this Jenn McCabe Day. I love it. It's fantastic. Yeah, this is I got the feeling that this is not going to go well for her at all today. I don't think this is going to go well at all. I feel like considering everything, and I'm glad that we got to go over some of the we got to recap Matt McCabe's testimony, and we got to recap Jenn McCabe's direct testimony. Now comes the cross-examination. The cross-examination, as I understand it, to be conducted by Alan Action Jackson. And I love it. I love it. And I'd be just as good with David the cerebral ninja Yannetti. But Action Jackson, man, I'm not gonna lie, I am looking forward to this. I am looking forward to seeing what he can do. We already know what he can do, but what he's gonna do to Jenn McCabe on that stand, because the lies aren't gonna happen. The lies just aren't gonna happen. And you know that she thinks that she's smarter. You know that she thinks that she's smarter than everybody. The way that she looks at the jury, the way that she so confidently tells her lies, the way that she so confidently told lies that had video evidence that was shown by the prosecution to contradict her lies, which is amazing to me. So the confidence is overwhelming. I love it. I love it. It to me, it's like watching somebody just talk a whole house of shit right before going up against a very like I feel like I mean, it's Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. Now that fight hasn't happened yet, but I feel like it's gotta have like it's when I look at Mike Tyson train and then I look at Jake Paul, I'm like, bro, you know what you just got yourself into? Do you have any idea what you got yourself into? And yes, hold on. This only happens if Dina gives everybody a super chat dance. What's up, Dina? I'm talking to you, Dina, on Tom CPU's channel. I'm talking to you. You got to give it to him.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Yes, I know. Mike Tyson is old. Mike Tyson is like in his mid 50s. Okay, fair enough. But have you watched him train? Have you seen the footage of him training? People, come on. Come on. Like, this dude is just, he's a born decimator, bro. Like, this is what Mike Tyson does. This is what Alan Jackson does. He is a born decimator. This is going to be fantastic. This is absolutely going to be fantastic. And yeah, right, exactly. Mike is a psychopath. Mike is a psychopath. Mike Tyson is a fucking psychopath. Absolutely. Like, there's no other way to put it. Thank you so much, Kyle V. Remember, for too much, Jake Paul is not a boxer. Fuck out of here. Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like, dude, listen, bro. Like, Alan Jackson, and this is not the trash Alan Jackson. I'm just saying the dude is a fucking criminal defense attorney, bro. It is his job to spot liars and outlie them. That is his job. He's Jenn McCabe is no match for him. It's just not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. What time is it now? Oh, it's past 9. I don't want to miss. Hold on. All right. Hold on a second. Hold on. Here, hold on. Oh my God. Okay. As requested. Um,
No, it's not.
there you go.
It's his job. He's we don't have to need it, ready? Super chat. It's just not just dance it. It's just not gonna happen. Got a super chat, super chat, super chat. Got a super chat, super chat, super chat. Super chat, super chat. Is that good enough for you guys?
I love it. There you go. Thank you, Tina. You guys have a good day.
That one was
See you
for
guys
Will.
after the trial.
That
Oh
was
my
for
God,
Will.
epic. I love it. Oh my God. All right. All right. So we haven't missed anything here. Not yet. That made my morning. That was fantastic. That made my morning. That was great. So oh yeah. Yeah, sorry. I'm looking at chat in the meantime. I'm with you guys. I'm just waiting for this to begin. Like, I'm sure there's already sidebars going on before they even get started. I'm sure there's sidebars and shit going on. Laney, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate you. All right, I'm playing the song again for.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super.
Thank you, Ashley, and thank you, Jody. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, do you have the same shirt? Yeah, I love my shirts. I love this one as much as I love all the other ones. Well, I mean, you're not supposed to. Like, here's the thing: is do I think that anybody in the jury probably did this? Maybe, possibly. You know, realistically, yeah. But technically, they're not supposed to. Technically, they're not supposed to do any type of research at all on the case. And yeah, right. Yeah, exactly, Dana. How long until how long until she gets teary-eyed? Yeah. Um yeah, there's a story behind the super chat dance. Oh my goodness. I don't think I have time to tell it. But yeah, there's a story behind the super chat dance. I'll tell it again when I have more time. Because the thing is like this is scheduled to start at 9 o'clock. It's already 10 after, and if I had to guess, I'd say that there's uh a lot of discussion going on between Judge Bev and the defense and Lolly, and they're trying to basically. I would imagine that Lolly is doing everything he can to control the kind of questions that Alan Jackson is going to ask Jenn McCabe. Because one thing we have to keep in mind, folks, Jenn McCabe filed a motion months and months and months and months ago. She filed a motion to not have to testify at this trial if this came to trial. But here we are. Oh my God, here we go. Fix the sound. Come on.
Popped right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Wait, here it is. Here it is. Stop!
This is Ken.
All right, Boston Tennis pissing me off. Fix your sound, Boston 10. And no, I'm not switching to lawn crime. Lawn crime strikes people. I don't like lawn crime. So don't tell me to do it because I'm not going to do it. Nor or Court TV. But I think the sound will come back once they come back from because he's got it on the. There we go. Here we go. They fixed it. I can hear it in my headphones. You can hear the beeps. Yeah, get your popcorn ready. And speaking of popcorn, Cherry will be dropping chat. You'll see her dropping chats talking about popcorn. This popcorn has helped the Turtle Boy Defense Fund and is now to help Karen Reed's Defense Fund. So there it is. So if you guys want some delicious popcorn, the proceeds go to Karen Reed's Defense Fund. Now let's take a look. Yeah, let's get an idea here of I mean, there's John's parents and here's Karen's family. And you've got to appreciate everyone's and there's Nick and Jenna Rocco behind them. And you got to appreciate everyone's patience through this bullshit, because this is what this is. It's absolute bullshit. You know, I feel so bad for John's family as well as Karen Reed's family, and this shouldn't even be happening. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts should have done a thorough investigation and investigated in the right places. Because even if Karen Reed turned out to be guilty, which the evidence dictates that she's not, but even if she had, this case would have been dismissed, or she would have been acquitted, just due to the negligence in the investigation. And John's family deserves better. And it's infuriating when you think about it.
Quite the menagerie. Jim, you see
Welcome, GFY. Thank you so much for becoming a member.
You know what? I'll be right back.
All right, please. I've got to refresh my my vodka. I'll be right back. What's up, Kay Rochelle? Good morning.
Hey. All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, your name, give your attendance, and shall be heard. Let's say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Hey, good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I want to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. May we have Ms. McCabe, please?
I feel like the jury's stoked for this shit. Oh, I gotta hear what this bitch says on cross.
So again, just be mindful of the step. Raise your hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you're going to be in court and jury in the case now here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You're a magnificent cunt.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, family is important to you, is it not?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it's probably fair to say that family is one of the most important things in your life.
Yes.
You indicated on Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe, and you considered him a friend.
Yes.
You also indicated that you know Miss Reed, and at some point you considered her a friend.
Yes.
But clearly, John O'Keefe was not family, was he?
No.
He was not a McCabe, correct?
No.
He was not an Albert.
No.
Karen Reed is not family, correct?
Correct.
Not a McCabe.
No.
She's not an Albert.
No.
Ms. McCabe, when you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning hours of the 29th, you spent some time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Correct.
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
No.
Matter of fact, they seemed like a normal couple to you?
I didn't see them interact much.
They were both engaging with you, correct?
I had separate conversations with them.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos, I'm not going to play the video, John O'Keefe was situated for the most part over in that corner as the camera is looking, the right corner of the bar, along with you, the Colakeithses, I think Matt McCabe was over there as well, correct?
I can't be sure, but I know I spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to suggest that there was any tension or discord between and among those individuals, certainly between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
When you left Fairview, were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I left with, there was 4 of us that left total. It was myself, my husband, Matt, Julie Nago, and Sarah Levinson.
When you walked out, Karina Colakeithis was close by, close in tow, correct?
Oh, wait, are you talking about leaving the waterfall?
The waterfall.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Correct.
Yes, we were one of the last to leave.
All right. And Miss Karina Colakeithis was sort of in tow right with you as you were walking out, correct?
Yes.
And Karen Reed, my client, was also heading that direction as well, correct?
Yes.
And you said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
We were in a conversation, yes.
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me to Karen?
No,
You didn't say that.
not exactly those words.
What exactly were the words that you used?
I said, why don't you come with me?
And you even waited outside in what was
Lies.
freezing cold temperatures for Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
If you could take a look, Your Honor, with court's permission, Exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a 15-second clip from that.
Okay.
Actually, it's a little bit longer than that. It may be a minute. Can we pause this, Mr. Biggs? For the record, Your Honor, this is about runtime 12:10, 17 seconds or so. If you could move that up, Mr. Biggs, to 12:10 in about 45 seconds. That's close enough. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this portion of the video?
I see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what the thing on the white thing is.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it and let's see if you recognize it.
It's what you should be waving right now, which is a white flag, meaning give it the fuck up.
Pause, please. That's a terrible place to pause. A little further. It's also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting now.
It's a little tough.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Well, actually, we enhance that just a little bit. Did you see a person in the background right there?
I honestly, I can't make out what that is.
Let's play it forward and see if this helps.
Now do you see a person?
Yes,
The lighting is terrible. I apologize. Not my video. Do you know who that person is?
I don't know.
That's you, isn't it?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play a little bit further forward.
Can you guys see my cursor? So the flag is in the way, but she's right here.
Now, with the flag out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
That looks to be John.
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
Do you see someone to his right?
I do. Yes.
And who's that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward.
Yeah, that was clearly John.
You see the person with the sort of white shoes just above the car.
Yes.
Does that appear to be you?
I can't make that out that it's me.
Were
but
you
I
wearing
know I
white
was
shoes?
there, and I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No.
this frame?
That looks like they've walked away.
Right. As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Well, do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
Well, see, this is the point where I get to ask the questions and you get to answer. So I'm
Okay.
asking you, do you see yourself standing in the parking lot after John and the person who was right had walked away?
Can I try to
Yes.
control this
Let's
cross-examination?
wait just a few more seconds. Go ahead and pause. And what do you appear to be doing at that point?
Walking to my car.
Okay, so you turned around and left after Mr. O'Keefe and the person to his right walked away, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video leaves a little to be desired, you know that John O'Keefe left with Karen, correct?
Yes,
So the person to his right, the more petite person with the long hair, that would be Karen.
I would assume.
Okay, so you waited out in the parking lot for a few minutes after you said or joked, "You're coming with me," or something like that, correct?
I wouldn't. No, I was speaking to them, and then I walked to my car.
You didn't say to Mr. O'Keefe, "You're coming with me." You said to Karen Reed, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, correct?
Mr. O'Keefe was not outside when I said to Karen, "You're coming with me." I told Karen, "You're coming with me," because John was still in the bar with Matt.
So you asked Karen to come with you in your car
Yes,
to give her a ride,
yes,
separate from John O'Keefe.
yes. I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you wanted to separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
Yeah.
No,
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're going to go?
Right.
Matt was still inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, to my client, to separate her from John O'Keefe, even though your testimony is John O'Keefe was just inside the bar.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form. Ask it differently.
Sure. Did you believe it was important at that point to ask Miss Reed to come with you, which would separate her from John O'Keefe?
There was never any idea of separating them.
Except for the fact the idea was, "You're coming with me," not "you two are coming with me," correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you, you'd be separating her from John, wouldn't you?
We were standing outside
My question
talking.
could be answered yes or no. By definition, your statement to her,
Get her.
"You're with me," would separate her from John, wouldn't it?
Would not, because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
But not at the same time, ma'am, correct?
Not in the same vehicle,
Your
right?
idea is to bring Karen with you, separate and apart from John.
We were waiting for John to come out, and I said, "Why don't you just come with me?" It was innocent.
I'm not asking for your explanation.
Oh, easy there, Tinkerbell.
No question or yes, no answer. By definition, your invitation would separate Karen from John, would it not?
Objection.
Right over.
Sustained. Move on.
Would it or would it not separate John and Karen for the ride over?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived at Fairview, some folks were already there, correct?
Yes.
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson,
Colin
and Brian
Albert.
Jr.
Colin Albert.
And then you arrived, as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with your husband, Matt.
Yes, correct.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Mhm.
Ooh,
Friday,
look at her.
you saw him in the
Ooh.
field when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
Yes.
Can we have exhibit 66 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
Yeah,
This is a digital model.
she's in combat mode.
Location. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a
There's microdots.
scale model of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
This would be the front door, correct?
Yes.
And where's the mailbox? If you can point to it with the laser pointer. Okay, so you're pointing to an area just in front of a car that's in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And then the driveway's to the right,
Yes.
and then along this line is the front lawn area and property line of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
Yes.
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
Yes.
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
That's quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
Okay. What I'm asking is, you didn't just say your memory was not just somewhere in front of a house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
It did because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
You're not sure? You might have.
I'm not sure if I said whose Jeep is that.
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am. Oh, wait. No. Excuse me. Repeat the question.
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep.
Oops.
Right in front of that mailbox. Correct?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know where the Jeep was because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car and I asked. I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you.
That's okay. You can continue.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your
Okay,
answer.
Bev, get her, Bev.
Your answer?
To the question of did he know where the Jeep was?
Whether or not you told him where the Jeep was.
I did not need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time between January 29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see and where did you see it, correct?
Yes.
Nobody put any words in your mouth.
No.
Nobody told you what to say at that time.
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor.
Did Brian
when you
Albert
arrived
order
at
the code
scene,
red?
After you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman. Correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Sure.
Yo, little miss attitude here.
Well, I know what I'm.
Yes or no? You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what they're.
Yes.
They hate her at the PTA. You know they hate her at the PTA, y'all. She shows up to those school board meetings and everybody's like, fuck.
Paragraph 3.
Everybody sighs. Everybody goes,
You'll review that, especially the highlighted portion. Let me know after you've reviewed it. Just read it to yourself. Do you have that? Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know. I told.
All I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
Regarding.
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th.
Well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
Okay. I have to do it this
Proctor
way.
Trooper.
Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
Look at those
I didn't
eyes.
tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door and was straight outside.
Oh, man. He's got her right where he wants her.
I'm looking for. The court is going to require me to ask this question again. Does that refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help.
No.
Okay. May I
Wow. So everybody's throwing Proctor under the bus.
So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct?
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't he? Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's SUV
If you
was.
can show me in the report.
Just read it.
So just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes.
Lady.
Yes, so my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold on. So it's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying.
Yeah.
And she can't do it simultaneously. So the best way to do that is, Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question
Okay.
and then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take, it does. Okay, so just go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Also, did you talk to Trooper Proctor about where the SUV was?
Yes.
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside, correct?
Yes.
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, the car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
That you left out a little part by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on his part.
I see. So Trooper Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No,
There
I'll
we
let him
go.
have it. Do you think
Yeah.
he's wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. And during the course of that conversation, you never once, Ms. McCabe, not once, mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
Oops.
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Wow.
Refresh your recollection to see the report.
Objection.
Basically saying the
Do you
report
think
means
that will
shit.
help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay.
She's basically saying the report means
Direct your
shit.
attention once again to paragraph 3.
She's smart enough to know that if she disagrees with that, then Karen Reed is going to get, this helps Karen Reed because the investigation was faulty. If she says that she did say those things, then it makes her look like a liar. She's stuck.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed in front of 34 Fairview on that morning, correct? I'm sorry, the night before, correct?
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And when you said, you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will.
Oh, she is so throwing him under the bus.
And you never mentioned, according to that report, not one word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. Mention that?
Wait, what?
Right. Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No,
And you said, I observed her car by the mailbox.
no.
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did you not mention a Jeep sitting on that, right by that driveway, Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Get
Now,
the fuck
following
out of
the
here.
events of January 28th, 29th, you spoke extensively to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Did you speak at all?
Yes, we did.
Between then and now, to Chris and Julie Albert.
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Oh, she is trying to get control of
Of
this.
course, I
whole-
speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
That
Wow.
wasn't my question. My question was, did you talk to them about this case, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional answers and editorialize. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection.
So objection as to the form. We've talked about this at sidebar, Mr. Chairman.
Lady, you don't get to control anything
You
here.
talked to them about the details of that night, correct? The 28th going into the morning of the 29th.
Yes.
You talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night, correct?
Yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically, no.
When people came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
And ask if you know what they know. I'm asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
And you
What a
talked to them
liar.
about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. You understand my question? Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
Yes or no? Did you talk to them about what they
Me-
remember?
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
In the 2 years or 2.5 years since this event, you've had extensive conversations with your friends and family about this circumstance, correct? That's
Correct. Yes.
fair to say. You've told them your observations, your story, correct?
Correct.
Your observations of the night,
Correct.
and they've told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively
Wow.
about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than
Bullshit.
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works.
I
What's
understand,
extensively
but Extensively would mean almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Do subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
Specific facts of the case.
No,
It's not happening, lady.
facts
Stop it.
aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
So,
oh, wow.
you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
Okay, that's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
And you know that your daughter's whereabouts were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury, questioned by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes.
Yes, I know what Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second. You admitted that it works as a, quote, GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable, quote unquote, tracking device, is your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a quote unquote good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said when you testified in front of the great grand jury that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Can I see it?
Sure.
Wow, dude. This lady she's already mad. This is insane. He hasn't even gotten into anything yet. Like,
May I approach you?
Yes.
she's easily the most combative person on the stand yet during cross-examination. Easily.
You said 13 through 15?
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
I mean, she's living up to every bit of like the picture that's been painted of her this entire time.
Okay.
She's living up to every bit of it.
Yes.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer?
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to the question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go?
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check her Life 360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay. Did you ever verify through the 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? You ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check Life 360 app for that?
Yep.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
Yes.
Oh,
And
this
just
is
like
gonna
you
be
believed
fun.
her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
Okay. The Alberts have a dog, had a dog, pardon me, correct?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th,
Mhm.
after 6 a.m., it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree
In the
that,
closet.
at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
No.
Matter of fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you said, you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it.
I did not see it. No.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before,
Mhm.
who was the last person to leave? Was it Caitlin?
I believe she left after us.
We've talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit.
Mhm.
You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay. And where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember,
Mhm.
were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
I mean,
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox.
It would be.
Let me finish my
Mhm.
question.
Mhm.
Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between?
It definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
she spent the whole weekend yelling and screaming back and forth with Matt McCabe.
It's not going to be beside the Jeep, right? That's going to be in the middle the
It
road.
would have been in the middle of the road, correct? So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's Karen Reed's SUV. As we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
If my memory serves right, yes.
If you remember, okay. So
Jackson's like, yeah, okay, yeah.
you were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022.
Mhm.
Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound about right?
Yep.
I don't expect you to
Yes.
surprise that day.
Yes.
You were asked what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location, and you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do. Yeah.
Yes.
Establishing where the Jeep is important because either she's lying about what she saw out front, which we know she's lying about that. But it also could establish that it was impossible for Karen Reed to run over John O'Keefe while his Jeep was there. I believe it to be impossible. That's my opinion. But
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came, meaning Ryan Nagel?
Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you'd refresh your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified that as soon as you saw Ms. Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her SUV. Correct?
Objection.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside and
she's reading the reports.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
She's reading the reports.
And another question.
Why?
My question is very specific. Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
This is.
Snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse.
Thank you.
But it's safe to say that you would agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow, correct? I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
Okay. And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
You indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Lally on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe them?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
Like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like it started if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend. It was kind of like that.
Let's pretend.
Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave.
Okay.
Like this in the road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw? That's the wave that you saw?
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying here. So if it didn't go up to her car, those tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute. You already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right, that's not what I'm asking about. Let's just take
What
the
point?
moment which you first
At
saw
what
the car.
point?
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car, that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car, right?
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well, I thought you just said, because I asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks when I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
Doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple times.
Did you see the tire tracks the second time?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Did you see them the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it could have been the first time.
Could have been.
But they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
In addition to Trooper Proctor interviewing you on the 29th, you also gave extensive testimony on April 26th, 2022 in front of a state court grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked about the location of Miss Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car. Is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked about Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck?
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so if you could show me what you're talking about, I would
She said a few grand juries, y'all.
greatly appreciate it.
Wow.
Bruh.
She's had a few grand juries. I love it. This is fucking great.
May I approach?
Yes.
Try to speed things up, Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay, take your time.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that? What is that, Private Pile?
The entire grand jury, direct your attention to 182 to 187. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the entirety of your state court grand jury.
Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention
State court grand jury.
pages 182 to 187. You can probably scan those pretty quickly and just let me know after you scan those.
Okay.
Those pages, I should say.
There we go. There we go. I think she's got it. I think maybe no.
I did, yes.
As you went through those pages, my question is a relatively simple one, so I wanted you to have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front, in front of 34 Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath, in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front in some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Okay, what?
In fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
If you want to show me.
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you review your
I
transcript?
just read it all. I didn't see it.
Ms. McCabe,
Objection.
you can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
I will do the same for you. Okay. As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front. Did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no. You did or you didn't. Did you mention ever in that grand jury?
I mean,
behind Miss Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
Oh my God, you just read it, lady.
As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
Jesus.
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
I can't, you need to keep your
Okay.
voice up, please.
Sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here,
Was that the court reporter
do you
getting
recall
snippy?
mentioning
I love
the
it.
Jeep, ma'am?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the
No,
Jeep.
yes or no, lady.
Did you and Mr. Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins' Jeep and what he testified to?
No.
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Can you repeat the question,
Were
please?
you ever asked by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
What a liar.
After you arrived and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, "Pull behind me," to John. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at 12:40, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
And at 12:42, you texted, "Where are you?"
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
So that's 5 text messages. And each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first 2 I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Oops.
Possibly.
Okay. So if you got up and walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text.
Bunch of butt
you
dials.
walk away from the door and sit down for a second. That would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again? A second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the window, or I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct? At 12:31.
Correct.
All right. At that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You saw it. Twice.
So the first time I saw it, it was here. And I said here. And then the next time I texted, I said, pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going. You said you saw it the second time. So you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right. So that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice
my
to the door.
God.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car
It's
move
for
twice.
real.
By definition, that has to be you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe.
They also call those lies.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor. Sure. So when you testified in front of this other proceeding, didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Would you be able to show me that?
It's going to take a minute. I have one, Your Honor. Thank you.
Dude, I see Matt McCabe so clearly now. Like, I just. Like, it all makes sense. Everything I saw about Matt McCabe makes perfect sense now. Everything. I mean, that's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is grow some fucking balls, man, and have some self-respect. Fuck Matt McCabe. Feel sorry for that motherfucker. Dude, all I see is toxicity sitting on that stand. Sitting on that witness stand is nothing but toxicity. Like, that's it. That's what I'm saying, Cat. Lemon shit eating brain. That shit is hilarious.
Take a look at those 4 pages. For the record, that's pages 780, 784. Bait stand. After you've had a chance to review that, just look up and let me know.
Dude, look at Yannetti, dude. Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate you. Yeah. Dude, we haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet. Like, it's still early. This is still establish witness as a liar mode. Remember, this is their style, man. This is Yannetti and Jackson's style. Establish the witness as a liar and then start asking the hard-hitting questions. So no matter what she says, the jury is just simply not going to believe her. This lady's killing me right now. Vanny Annie, thank you so much. Righteous indignation. Agreed. Yeah, today's a half day. And yes, I'm going to stay live because Turtle Boy has a hearing today.
Yes.
So I'll be streaming Turtle Boy's hearing if I can get a hold of it. But I'll at least be live while it's happening.
Ms. McCabe, to review those few pages from your testimony in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted. You indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something.
Oh, Thursday. Correct? Thank you. Sorry, it's Thursday.
Correct.
And then after the last
I forgot.
time, which would
You're
be
right.
5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks. After the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronologically.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking. So
I didn't ask you about your husband.
Okay.
Just about you. The answer is correct.
Yes.
Okay. So you're indicating that you were trying to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm not good with distance.
Further than you and I are from each other, correct?
Correct.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Okay. Just right outside the front door, though. Within,
Straight outside, yes. Mhm.
well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. Of the front door is where it was.
Ms. McCabe, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes, and then it moved. Correct.
And then moved the second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole and then it moved up again.
Okay. Then you indicated that you
Did
had
it
an
move
absolutely
back?
clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view,
Clear view.
I could see the car out front. Yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside. Correct.
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming
Objection,
down
Your Honor.
sufficient?
So let's hear the question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it.
Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question and the reading.
No, that's okay. I'm going to allow the question.
Was that your testimony?
Yes.
So not only did you have a clear view, you indicated in your words you had a good view of it, right?
Correct.
Then you noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text. It's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
You maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, and the SUV was gone, right?
Correct.
So you would agree, we just do some basic math. You're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
I guess I'm. If you want to pull out the times, and you can look at them.
Wow.
Well, we talked about the time.
Everyone knows you're full of shit.
Between 12:27 and 12:45.
Correct.
Right. So if you were just to divide that by 5 times, sitting up and looking, I don't know. I'm doing the math in my head. Maybe it's every 3 minutes or so.
Correct.
At no time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual? Caught
No.
your attention? You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
No.
You didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or door slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out at the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that. Is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the body?
I have no idea.
In the basement.
I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
Ah!
The problem with that is
Wow.
you were looking at the front lawn, weren't you?
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
Get the fuck out of my face with this.
Would you like to explain it?
Oh my God, lady.
You had a clear and good view across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it left, didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
I didn't ask you about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground. Nothing was
We'll
obstructing
get
your
there.
vision.
No.
So you had a clear and good, your words, not mine, a clear and good view of the SUV.
Yes.
And everything in front.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
And you had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
So your view was
Get the fuck
obstructed
outta
of
here.
what was between on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course not. Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the SUV as well.
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that. You're focusing right now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions.
Mhm.
You think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of me if it was there?
Objection, Your
Yes.
You think you would see something? Can you clearly see that there is nothing between you and me except a podium?
Yes. Well, there's a table.
And you don't have to look down to see that, right?
Correct.
You're looking directly in my face, but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
There it is. Here we go. She's gonna see counsel at sidebar. See, now here's the thing, folks, is this is the first time that Alan Jackson is hitting her or hitting a witness this hard with this. Because he's already established this with every other bullshit witness who says, well, I saw Karen's SUV. I walked outside of the house. And everybody's like, no, I didn't see anything. But, you know, Julie Nagel saw a black blob as they were driving away, not as they were walking to the vehicle to get in the vehicle, not as they were pulling out from with the vehicle. Nobody saw anything in the yard. Nobody even though the yard is in their field of vision, everyone now Jackson and Yannetti were like, let's wait till we get Jenn McCabe on the stand. And then we'll hit her with this because she's the one who wants to crack. She's the one who's mad. She's the one with the attitude. Like these dudes are surgeons, bro. Okay? They're surgeons. Like they know exactly what they're doing. So all this time when we're sitting there going, oh my God, I like, why aren't they asking? Why aren't they hitting them harder? Why aren't they? Chill. There's a method to their madness. They're building foundation. They're not just building foundation with each witness. They're building foundation with the witnesses to get to the truth.
May I proceed? Yes. Ms. McCabe, as you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice,
Oh, she wants to crack.
you did it 5 times, and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I
Boom.
had.
We didn't ask you all that.
Rehearsed.
Everyone
all.
keeps saying
Not
that.
at all.
It sounds rehearsed because everybody else has said the same thing. Every single other person. Well, at the very least, Matt McCabe did. I wish I had. He kept forcing it in there.
Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in. Was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Thank you. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Didn't see anything out of the ordinary then?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's that question. I mean, there's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front. That's why I said I didn't see anything out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right. Did you see that the headlights came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So according to you, you got in the car and immediately twisted yourself, looking directly to the rear and never turned back around and never looked outside the windows.
Correct.
Got it. Is that normal for you?
Yeah, I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
So you made sure that you didn't look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
I'm a chatty Cappy.
You also didn't hear anybody. You did hear some girls in the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you were turned around looking right out, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you,
Correct.
so that you could make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's not why I did it. I was talking to the two girls.
When you got home, what did you do?
Here we go.
I went up to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
Somewhere after approximately between 2 and 2:15. I'm
It took you a few minutes to drop the girls off.
correct.
When When you got home, you got on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls just using your phone in phone calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs?
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? Do you know what I mean by that? Like FaceTime audio or WhatsApp phone calls, things like that?
Text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but I'm asking, did you use any kind of third-party app that uses Wi-Fi, VoIP calls other than just a phone call?
No.
Okay. Sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
I've used FaceTime with my children, yes.
Not for phone calls.
No.
Like FaceTime audio is a way that you can make a call. No?
I've FaceTimed with my kids at school, but
That's videos. Right?
oh, okay. So yeah, I guess not.
You didn't do that night either.
Not that I recall.
Did you? Now I'm going to get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
You texted your husband and a friend in a group chat?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Your husband was home?
Yes.
He's eating cheese.
I want to switch gears for a second. And ask you real quick about later that morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house. You mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Carrie Roberts and my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him. Is that right?
Yes.
You obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home.
I'm not aware of that, no.
You testified on Friday that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., that she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it.
Yes.
I love these pauses because you know Jackson's gonna come up with some shit in a second. Right, setting up the pins exactly. Exactly. Just give Jackson a second here.
May I?
Yes.
It's just the entirety. I'm going to hand you a document. Did you, before I ask you about that specific document, did you review anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Yes.
Did you review your grand jury testimony?
I did, yes.
At least she admits it. Because she clearly prepped for this. Like she knew specific times.
You did review your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
So the document in front of you, you recognize it?
Yes.
That is, in fact, a true and correct copy of your grand jury testimony on that you gave on April 26th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct.
You'll agree that your testimony in that case, in that hearing, rather, April of 2022, that was just a few months after the events in question, right?
Yes.
You were under oath at the time that you gave that testimony?
Yes.
And you were subject to the penalty of perjury when you were answering this question, correct?
Yes.
Here we go.
Ms. McCabe, I'd like you to turn to the page, since you've reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was I asked what she said?
Thank you, Joanne.
Well, I'd like you to direct me where to look.
I'll ask the questions.
The entire grand jury testimony, if you need to, and turn to the page where you ever said that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Boom!
I'm not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with 100% clarity. She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Wow.
On that morning.
So it's not. You're lying.
I'm not sure
And you're a
if
piece of shit.
I could take the time, and do you want me to read over 200 pages?
May I approach you?
Yes.
No, I don't want to take the time.
No.
You indicated that you reviewed this document in anticipation of your testimony, right?
There you go.
Correct.
So you've gone over it recently.
A few weeks back.
So we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that in the grand jury in April of 2022, don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages.
You just
or
said you
however long
did.
it is.
You think you might have missed it when you reviewed your testimony in anticipation for, I'm sorry, when you reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
Get her.
I read it a few weeks ago,
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
and I will never forget it.
Objection.
Okay, so that's stricken.
Would you agree? Do you think that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It is, yes.
Did you see it in the transcript?
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Bro. Yo, the jury right now is like, this motherfucker right here. This motherfucker right here. Lady, stop it.
These are select pages out of your grand jury testimony. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked when you testified no fewer than 12 times what my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene?
Lady, just knock it off already, bro. Just knock it off. She never
At the scene, I was
testified.
asked twice, according to this.
My question is, isn't it true that in April of 2022, you testified no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride on the leading up to going to the scene? You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at,
Mhm.
these should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number two, On page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene, Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Yes.
Page 193, lines 1 through 2. You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she have hit him? You were relaying that, meaning, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she's asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2. While driving to Fairview, she asked the question, could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him? And went on to ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208 that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
But you remember plain as day that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. To that EMT.
That's 12 times that you reiterated under oath, under penalty of perjury, in April of 2022, what my client's statements were either at the scene or leading up to getting to the scene. Correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Not one time in that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked.
Stop it.
When she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
So you believe that you weren't asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? And if you're not asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You're not going to volunteer that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's your testimony.
No, that's not. My testimony is an officer was asking her what his name was and different things about him. And at that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
I do not recall.
You're a fucking
I
liar.
hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her questions. And her answer was, I'm sorry, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
That is correct.
That
But
might have been a good time to offer up that she confessed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
Ms. McCabe, the truth of the matter is you've manufactured this new story for this jury because you think it helps you out.
absolutely not.
Bullshit, lady.
You called 911 at 6:04 a.m.
Here we go.
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 has already been marked and entered. I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 130 to 145. If you could play 2 seconds. And yes. Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
Appear to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate reporting of the 911 call that you made that morning.
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Go ahead and play starting at runtime 130 to about runtime 145.
46 years old. 46, how long has he been outside? I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and
Stop. Was that you?
Yes, that was.
Is that the 911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what did you just say?
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
He got out of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Is what you said, correct?
Yes.
And this was at 6:03 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert?
Correct.
Before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert?
Correct.
Before you ever talked to Chris Albert?
Correct.
Before you ever talked to Julie Albert?
Correct.
You hadn't talked to anybody at this point other than Kerry Roberts, correct?
And Karen Reed.
And my client.
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did, because Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
Your words were, he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Did you make any other calls other than to 911?
Here we go.
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not sure.
You claim that your sister didn't answer. Is that right?
She did not answer.
It's a goddamn lie.
But you do know that your phone extraction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer
That
the
is
phone.
a fucking lie.
Are sure about that as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times, right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit.
Boom. Here comes John's voicemail.
Time is in to take a break. If you wish, I just have to cue it up. It's up to you. I don't-
John's voicemail. Here it comes. Oh, shit. John's voicemail. Here it comes. Oh, man. I wish I knew. I didn't mark it. I have it downloaded here. Because I want to play it, but I have it downloaded here somewhere, but I don't know which one it is because I'm
So, Mr.
stupid
Jackson,
about.
when you said it's an exhibit, is it in evidence?
It's not.
No, not yet.
Okay.
I'm going to ask to mark it. It's a digital recording of a 4-minute voicemail.
There it is.
John O'Keefe's phone. It does include the 911 call. I don't want to play the entirety of the 911 call, but I do want to play the entirety of this particular 4-minute voicemail.
Okay. Do you know what it is, Mr. Lally?
I do.
Okay. So is there an agreement that it's coming in?
There's no objection to it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I just needed to know if it would make sense for me to review it if there was an objection.
All rise for the court, please.
Give me 1 second, folks. Let me see if I can get that voicemail real quick. Because I know I could pull it up elsewhere. So this entire time, folks, we've heard her testify that she never spoke to her sister. We heard Nicole testify that she never spoke to her sister after the 911 call. We've been waiting because we know that this exists. How do we know that this 911 call exists? Because the only access to that 911 call that we've had was through John's voicemail, who, when Karen was trying to call John relentlessly, they were pulling up to 34 Fairview, and just as Karen saw John lying in the snow, she drops her phone in the car. It continues going. John's voicemail picks up what's going on inside the car. Jenn is inside the car talking to 911. Then she talks to someone else. The phone record here states that she's on 911 at 6:03 and 47 seconds for 3 minutes and 32 seconds. And then at 6:07 and 42 seconds, she calls Nicole Albert, her sister, who is inside that house that they are right outside of. That call lasts for 9 seconds. Then it's deleted. Every phone call she makes is deleted. Now, idiots like Plevin say, well, voicemail picked it up. Well, the problem with that is that Nicole Albert testified in open court that she never got a voicemail. Yeah. So, it probably would have already indicated that it was voicemail, that it went to voicemail if it had, but it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because someone here is lying. Someone is lying. She's saying she never spoke to her sister. Her sister's saying that she never spoke to Jenn. Then, on top of that, Nicole Albert testified in open court that she did not receive a voicemail. But the recording that we're about to hear is that of Jenn McCabe making the 911 call, hanging up, making another call, speaking to someone, and whispers, "Are you coming out? Are you coming out?" Okay? Now, this is crucial. This is going to be for the jury, not to us, but for the jury, it's going to be a major bombshell, much like the text message thread of the group text that Matt McCabe was confronted with by David Yannetti on Friday. So just wait and see, because we went over this months ago. Someone leaked it to me. I played it here. We went over it. I mean, I don't know how many times. We broke it down as best as we possibly could. There were subtitles that were added to it, captions that were added to it, but I don't trust those fully. But there is a point where she clearly says, "Are you coming out?" And she is on the phone. This is consistent with the time that she was on the phone with her sister's phone. Consistent with the time. So we know it's not a voicemail because her sister testified that she did not receive any voicemails. She didn't say, "I could have received a voicemail, I don't remember." She said, "No, definitively, I did not receive any voicemails that morning." So, hopefully Cherry is finding that for me, because I don't know. I can keep looking because I know that I have a recording of this. Again, I just didn't I just didn't title it, which was really stupid. Thank you, Kyle. V sucks to suck, Plevin. Agreed. Yes. Agree. 100%. I don't know if this is it. No, it's not. Hold on. I think this might be it. Yep, that's it. I got it. Okay.
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow. Yes. Yeah, I don't know why he's dead. I think he's dead. He's so, like, okay. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Terry. Yes, I need someone.
So right there, she gets a text. Yeah, I'm sorry, Liz. This is tough to listen to. Okay, thank you, Microdots.
John is 46 years old.
Okay, so she's still on the phone with 911, but she says his name is John and he's 46 years old. But, you know, when she first called, there's a man passed out in the snow.
I don't know. He got out of the car and I couldn't get off. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't. I don't know. I know. I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey. I know.
Are you coming out to help? Listen right here. Now, what's going to happen, if I had to guess, Alan Jackson is going to ask, at no point did you ever ask your brother-in-law or your sister whether or not they're going to come out to help, knowing that he's a trained first responder? You never thought to do this? No. She's going to say, no, I never thought, no. But then he's going to play this recording, because the testimony has been this entire time that Nicole and Brian were asleep. She busts into the room. And again, Liz Reed, I'm so sorry you had to listen to that again. But yeah, this is in pursuit. We're not morbid here. We're in pursuit for the truth here. And it's necessary as spectators of this to know exactly what the lies are here. We're aware of these lies. We've been aware of these lies for a long time. And there's a lot of people here who were not aware of these lies before us, Liz. So I hope you understand. Because it is definitely not my intention to put you through any more trauma or your family. Now, this is vital because both Nicole and Brian Albert testified that they were asleep the entire time, and that they didn't wake up until Jenn busts into the door. This is Jenn's testimony herself. So oh, Liz, thank you so much. You don't have to do that. This needs to be heard, comforted to hear it with you all. I'm glad you feel that way. Thank you so much for that. So yeah, let's hear that again. Did she say who's coming out to help? Let's hear real quick. Did I miss it? Are you fucking coming out to help? That's what I heard. Are you fucking coming out to help? Are you fucking coming out to help? Is what I heard. Let's hear that one more time. Are you fucking coming out to help. So yeah, something really dirty is going on inside that house. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So right now, what's probably happening is that Judge Bev is going through exactly what we're going through right now, what you guys are going through. Those of you who are first hearing this, you're just now hearing this for the first time. Judge Bev is sitting there listening to that, trying to make that out. So it's still a question of whether or not the jury will get to hear this. It's still a question of whether or not this will be admitted into evidence. Jackson seems confident. Jackson seems very confident because this is very exculpatory. When it comes to Karen Reed, this is very exculpatory to her case. You haven't fully can you send me that, Microdots? And I'll play that. Hopefully we have time. Give me just 1 second here, folks. All right. Yeah, this is insane. This is just madness. I mean, Mike McGrath, you might be right. I don't I don't want to jinx anything because there's stuff I want to say. And every time I say it, it gets jinxed. So I'm not gonna do it this time. I'm not gonna do it this time. All right. Unmuted, I heard. So I think we're coming back right now. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, Lolly's got to be given up by now. Lolly's got to just be defeated, just feel defeated. I mean, no lawyer would, but still. But I feel like we're approaching our morning recess at this point. So she'll probably call a morning recess. Oh, was it? Did she say it was going to be a recess? Okay. And yeah, it is only a half day. And I was mistaken. Turtle Boy's hearing is not until Thursday, so I apologize for that. But it is a half day today. So okay, so she said this is the recess, so this is the recess. All right. Um yeah, this is just mind-blowing. All right. Give me just 1 second, folks. All right. While we wait for court to come back, let me Brass, thank you so much. Just think this is the warm-up to Proctor. Yes, good point. I want to piggyback off that. I'm going to leave that super chat up here so I don't forget. But real quick. Oh, wait. Court's coming back right now. So
You
all
are
right,
unmuted.
that's gonna have to wait. Thank you, Brass. I appreciate you.
Thanks, BBC. Closed session.
So, Mr. Jackson, is it all queued up or do we need well, we need the witness, but were there any questions first or were you just going to the video? Okay. All right, let's bring
All
Ms.
right,
McCabe in.
she's letting it in.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to go back very briefly to something you said just before we broke, and that was in respect of the statements that you attribute to my client out of the scene. You said, well, there was an officer possibly asking questions, or it could have been a female EMT, and I wasn't answering questions about that, correct? Hence, you didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Can you be clear on your question?
Let me rephrase that. Before we broke a few minutes ago, you had said, the reason I didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, is because I was never asked. And the subject never came up about what an officer asked her when she declared that. So I just didn't offer it. And then you said, or it could have been an EMT.
Yes, I'm unclear who was there.
Wow, but you remember it clear as day, though.
It's true that at the grand jury, the question that was posed to you, and this is counsel page 208, grand jury. The question that was posed to you is, quote, so what happens next with yourself, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. Reed? And your answer was, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. At one point, I'm standing with Ms. Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me and listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. Remember that testimony?
I do.
So in point of fact, you were answering the direct question about what happened in front of the police officer and the EMT, correct?
There were multiple police officers and multiple EMTs present.
So now this is another police officer and a different EMT.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But nowhere in this did you say that she declared the words, I hate him. Correct? We'll agree on that.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have an item I would like to have marked as next in order.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Agreement one that will be exhibit 96.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I would like to play a portion of this and then stop it.
Okay.
And ask the witness a couple of questions about it. Okay. It's audio only.
Now, no doubt this is Microdots' version of this.
Mr. McCabe, I've paused the audio tape just to ask you a couple of foundational questions. Do you recognize what's on that audio tape?
Yes, that is my voice.
Okay. You recognize you starting a 911 call, correct?
Correct.
Similar to the call we just listened to a few minutes ago, which was the actual 911 call, correct?
What's the difference between the two of them?
I'm about to explain it. It's a confusing question, and I apologize. This appears to be a open voicemail overhearing your 911 call.
Oops.
You recognize that?
Now that you explain it, okay.
You hear a rhythmic boom, boom,
The windshield wipers.
Okay, so that was my next question. That would have been an open voicemail that was recording inside the cab of the SUV that you were seated in, correct?
Correct.
Overhearing you call 911 and overhearing whatever else was going on in noise at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Does that sound like a true and correct copy of at least the portion of the 911 call that you heard?
I have to listen to it again, but
Well, why don't we continue listening to it and see if you recognize it?
okay.
With your permission?
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, it's about 4 minutes in total, Your Honor.
Where's my head? I don't keep it carry.
Pause it. Do you hear a person in the background screaming?
Yes.
Who is that?
Miss Reed.
I'll go ahead and play this.
The windshield wiper noise is so dramatic. And the reason why it's muffled is because
Did you hear
it's the courtroom, the open courtroom sound.
audio recording that we just marked into evidence?
I did. It was very muffled and some parts were very hard to understand.
Understood.
Mhm.
The person on the phone, who was that person?
I called 911.
And the person that was, for the most part, the person's voice that you could hear screaming, sounding sort of hysterical, who was that?
Karen.
Could you also hear Carrie Roberts' voice at various times in the background?
Yes.
And she was, for lack of a better word, trying to calm Karen down.
Yes.
And at some point telling her to just shut up, you're not helping.
Yes, exactly.
Because she was so hysterical and so upset.
Erratic.
I want to play the rest of this. It appears that this recording
What an
is longer
asshole.
than your 911 call. You would agree with that?
Well, I'd have to see.
Well, the 911 call is already ended, correct?
I'm not sure how long was the 911 call.
Okay. Okay, this is about 3.5 minutes into a 4-minute recording. My only question is, would you agree that the 911 call is subsumed within this full 4-minute recording?
I couldn't make that from that muffled.
You couldn't tell when
I couldn't tell. So if you have my phone record, you could, I'm assuming, tell when the 911 call ended, because I know the 911 call was long because there were multiple, they had transferred me multiple times.
Right. My question to you is, I'd like you to listen very, very closely, and I know that it is a muffled recording by
Mhm.
definition. I'm not going to do that. From this point forward, I want you to pay very close attention. I want to ask you if you hear a voice, very muffled, toward the end of this recording.
Here we go.
Yes.
Did you hear a muffled voice in the foreground after you heard Ms. Reed scream or yell?
I heard two people talking.
One of those was a very muffled voice on this recording, correct?
Most of the recording was muffled.
The one I'm talking about is I just played the voice that was muffled in the foreground of the audio recording.
Yes, I heard that. Yes.
See, this is tricky because she could easily say, I couldn't understand. I don't know.
I don't know if that was me.
There's nobody else.
There we go.
I was standing at the trunk of the car, outside of the car.
Carrie Roberts was over by Mr. O'Keefe.
Agree. Yes, they were kind of running back and forth at times.
And Karen was over by Mr. O'Keefe for most of that.
Yes,
But you were the one by the car.
back and forth. Hmm.
You called Nicole, your sister. By the way, did we finish playing this just for? Okay, thank you. Okay, that appears to be the end of the tape.
Okay.
Okay. You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me.
I
Does that
do.
sound about right?
Approximately.
And you've made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice. Yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, correct?
First one, 9 seconds.
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Next one, 7
Well,
seconds.
you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right? You were asked this question at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes.
And you
And
were shown phone records.
if you have them, I could see them here.
You were shown phone records then.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you were confronted with the fact that the phone records show a 7-second call for 6:07. correct?
Objection.
I'm going to strike the word confronted. Go ahead and ask.
I'll pick another
Go
word.
ahead and
You
ask the
were-
question.
You were shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds.
My sister never answered the phone.
Okay. I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah.
I'd like you to answer my question. Were you shown records that showed the call lasted 7 seconds?
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown, but I was shown a phone record.
Okay. And you were shown that the same phone record showed that the 6:08 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
About right. And there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute.
I have 9 and 7
So the
seconds.
two calls at 6:07 and 6:08, at least the records indicate about 15 seconds worth of open line time, talk time. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, right?
You have the record in front of you. I don't.
I'm just asking if you were confronted, there's that word again, if you were shown records that established that based on your own phone extraction, your phone records, that the 6:07 call, 7-second call, the 6:08 call was an 8-second call, right?
I was shown records, but I don't know exactly what what they were, how long the call said, because she never answered the phone
Wow,
regardless.
lady.
Oi, cunt.
Made another phone call at 6:23. Did you not? To Brian Albert?
Oops.
If you could share my phone record, it would be very helpful.
Do you recall it?
I know I called my sister and I called my brother-in-law in the house. I do not know the exact times.
That's all I'm asking. You made a phone call to Brian Albert as well, right?
I believe so.
That was around 6:23. It was a few minutes after you had called Nicole twice, right?
Correct.
And that call was not answered.
None of them were answered.
But the
Bullshit.
record showed that call was not answered, as opposed to Nicole's 2 calls, right?
Right.
Okay. But the calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement, weren't they?
Not by me.
By somebody else?
I never deleted any calls.
What? Holy
when
shit.
I willingly handed my phone over.
You claim that you didn't delete calls, but you do know that the phone was forensically analyzed, and those calls were in the deleted file folder, correct?
I have seen that, but there were 20 calls all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few makes it look a different way.
No, you deleted all the calls.
I'm not cherry picking anything. Okay?
Mhm.
I'm asking you questions about the records.
Which I would love a copy of if I could see.
We'll get to that in a second. This is
Hold
going by your
on.
memory. You've seen these records a bunch of times. You've been questioned about these records a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we know that you called at 6:07, 6:08, or thereabouts, and about 6:23. 2 to Nicole, 1 to Brian, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that notwithstanding those phone calls, by the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock. And I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up because it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around. And what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Oh, I don't think anybody's forgotten that.
Nobody's forgotten that.
Um,
Your friend, who you didn't even identify as a police officer.
did not leave voicemails for any of those 3 calls, did you?
Again, I don't have my phone record in front of me.
And that's because Nicole didn't get any voicemails because the calls were answered, right?
The calls were not answered.
You agree with me that Brian and Nicole Albert, Brian Albert being a police officer, never came out of the house, right?
Correct. Neither did any neighbor.
What?
I know you'd like to continue editorializing after the fact.
Right.
It's probably a time and a place for it. This isn't it. My question, I'd ask that you do that. Did Brian Albert come out of the house?
No.
Did Nicole Albert come out of the house?
No.
Thank you.
Get her.
How many of the initial police officers from Canton Police Department who responded to the scene were you friends with?
I would say I am friendly with Mike Lank. He was 5 years older than me. I knew him growing up. If I saw him around town, I would say, "Hey, how are you?" Pretty much that's the extent.
Anybody
Andrew
else other than
Birchmore,
Mike
bitch.
Lank that you were friends with?
Not that I am friends with. I knew of Officer Sean Good, but I wouldn't say I was friends with him. I just knew who he was.
And you also knew that Officer Lank was very good friends with the Albert family.
Good friends, yes.
You knew that Mike Lank and Chris Albert had a long-standing friendship, correct?
Correct.
You just indicated you also knew Officer Good. Is that right?
Didn't know him. I said I knew of him.
Okay. With regard to names like Sarah, Mulaney, not so much.
Sarah has a sister that's the same age as my sister, but I had never, to my knowledge, met Sarah.
And of all the officers who responded to the scene, the two who actually went inside the Albert home to talk to Brian Albert and others was, in fact, Mike Lank and Officer Good.
I don't remember Officer Good in the house. I only remember Officer Lank.
The reason you know that, the reason you have a memory of what was happening inside the house is because you were allowed to actually go into that home, correct?
Correct.
And you went into that home before any of the officers went into the home. Is that right?
Correct.
You were allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
I woke Brian Albert up.
Were you allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you were allowed to have private conversations with your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
That was before the police ever went in to do any formal interviews of you, Brian, or Nicole, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss in these private conversations how you three were going to answer any questions for the police when you were asked?
No.
Did you talk about what you were going to
Lies.
say in any respect?
We were in shock. There was
Yes or
no.
Did you talk about what Brian and Nicole were going to say in their interviews with the police?
No.
Did Brian Albert give you any advice as a police detective what you should do or say when you were interviewed?
No.
Did he give you any advice as a police detective what you should do with your cell phone?
No.
Did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
No.
Did you two discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
No.
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made that early morning?
Absolutely not.
Could you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
She said that shit with her
Did you
full
tell him
chest.
that officers were outside?
I don't recall.
Did you tell him that Officer Lank, specifically, friend of the Alberts, was outside?
I don't recall.
And then your husband, Matt McCabe, arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
He was allowed to come in the house as well, right?
I believe Officer Lank was in the house before Matt came into the house.
And a little bit later that morning, Julie Albert came over, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, Officer Lank, after just a few minutes, then left the house, correct?
Correct.
Leaving all the witnesses inside together.
Correct.
And I can't remember if I asked this question or just thought it out loud. Did Julie Albert come over?
She did.
Thank you,
And then Chris
FR.
came over.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Even Brian Higgins came over.
Correct.
These are all friends and family of yours, correct?
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you consider him a friend.
A friend of Brian Albert's is how I would reference him.
Fair enough. So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And everyone was
Thank you, Elizabeth.
permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before going into the early morning hours with each other with no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
Were you allowed to discuss the circumstances of the night before going into the early morning hours amongst yourselves without any police presence? Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be allowed or not allowed. We did nothing wrong.
Understand my question? Did you get it?
Yes, I understand your question.
Can you answer it yes or no? Were you allowed, that group of folks,
Mhm.
were you allowed to discuss the case without a police presence?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
So you listened during that friends and family gathering, you listened to what Brian Albert had to say, correct?
He didn't really say much.
He was able to listen to what you had to say?
Again, you're creating a scene that didn't happen.
Thanks, Bill P.
Dave, I'm asking some questions that you don't seem to want to answer.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so let's ask a
Get her.
question and let's get an answer. Okay.
Yes or no? With Brian Albert there within earshot, and you discussed your version of what had happened?
I didn't discuss much. I sat there in shock and horror, so I spoke very little, to be honest with you.
But what little you did speak, he could hear.
Yes,
And Nicole could hear.
yes.
And Chris Albert could hear.
Chris came much later.
And your husband, Matt McCabe, he could hear.
Yes,
Okay. And then when Chris is talking about what happened at Waterfall, you could hear and Brian could hear. In other words, everybody could hear everybody.
Chris came much later. When Chris came, I was almost about to leave.
I'm guessing that the topic of what had happened was still on everybody's mind.
Everybody was trying to figure out what had happened.
And you're discussing it amongst yourselves. That's my point.
With my sister and my brother-in-law and my husband. Correct.
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Who's him?
Kevin Albert.
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
Because you said another Albert came over, and I was
6 brothers.
told later it was Kevin.
I see. So you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there?
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked in.
I'm asking, do you remember?
I don't remember it. No,
He could have been.
he could have been, absolutely.
And you knew he was a Canton police officer.
What?
You had already gotten a call from Michael Proctor, hadn't you?
Yes,
He told you he wanted to speak with you.
correct.
So you knew at that point that the Massachusetts State Police troopers had taken over the investigation of the case, correct?
Correct.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that the Canton Police Department had been recused from the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it a different
He
way.
could have been talking about
Did you
Colin.
acknowledge in any way, in form or fashion, at that point, that Canton Police Department was not supposed to be involved in the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him, that was January 29th, 2022. We've already discussed that a little bit today, correct?
Correct.
And he was taking notes while you were interviewing with him. Is that right?
I believe so.
You mentioned on Friday your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
Correct.
You told Mr. Lally that you indicated that the taillight looked, when you saw it, just like the photograph that he showed you, correct?
I told him it was hard to make out and with the snow on it, but it looked, in the picture that he showed.
He showed you a second photo, a close-up,
Mhm.
basically, of the SUV and the Sally Port.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you said, yeah, that's the condition of the taillight, correct?
Yes.
You also told Trooper Proctor about your observations of the taillight on that same day, the 29th, right?
Correct.
That's literally the same day that you saw the taillight, correct?
Correct.
Just a few hours later. Is that right?
Correct.
And what you told Trooper Proctor that day was that you, quote, saw a crack in it, end quote, correct?
I told him that the taillight was cracked.
Matter of fact, the words that you used were that you saw, and I'm not fighting you on those words. You saw that it was cracked. You actually said, I saw a crack in it, correct?
That's what he said. I said, I'm telling you, I said the taillight was cracked.
So this is another example of him screwing up your words, correct?
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
So I'm asking you, did you say, I saw a crack in it?
I said the taillight was cracked.
So you didn't say, I saw a crack in it, right?
I said the taillight was cracked.
The photograph that you were shown, with the court's permission,
Not broken, not shattered, cracked.
it's exhibit 92, I believe, from Friday.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
You see that photograph? You were shown this photograph on Friday. Does that look like, does it like has a crack in it?
It's cracked. Yes.
It's actually
Removed.
completely missing.
And I believe in one of the reports, one of the many
Golly.
reports, it will say that I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Right. Does that look like it's cracked and missing pieces, or does that look like the entirety of the taillight is basically gone?
Right.
Again, in that picture, there are the red pieces. There are some of it still there. So it was cracked and missing. In a state of shock, that was my description.
Got it. So in a state of shock, you said there was a crack in it.
No,
Hours after,
I said it was cracked. I never said there was a crack in it.
so if Trooper Proctor wrote that down, that would be an example of him getting your words wrong yet again.
Objection.
Correct?
That's been answered. Let's move along, please.
That's okay for that. Thank you, Your Honor.
It's not a crack, it's a wave, y'all. It's a wave. This lady's
Going
so
back
full
to
of
January
shit.
29th, that interview with Trooper Proctor. After this interview with Michael Lank, you eventually made your way back to your house. Is that right?
Yes.
You went with your husband, Matt,
Yes.
and you knew that Trooper Proctor was going to show up and interview you and Matt, Mr. McCabe, correct?
On the phone, he wanted to speak with me.
Is that a yes?
So I wasn't aware. He asked to speak with me. I wasn't aware if he was going to speak with Matt.
Okay. You were at least aware that you were going to be interviewed.
Correct.
You told Brian Albert that Trooper Proctor was planning on interviewing you as well.
Correct.
Keller fucked up in my chat,
Before
man.
Trooper Proctor showed up to conduct that interview at your house, Brian Albert actually showed up at your house, correct?
Correct.
So Brian Albert made sure that he was in your home before Trooper Proctor made it to your house, correct?
Objection.
Is your tooth cracked or completely gone? Which one is it?
Brian Albert was in your home before Trooper Proctor was in your home. Is that right?
I am not sure who arrived first.
But he was there when you were interviewed, wasn't he?
He was upstairs, yes.
And you believe, of course, with that statement, he didn't hear anything about what was going to happen, right? He didn't hear
100.
anything about the interview,
No, I don't think he could hear it from where he was.
but you knew he was just a few feet away.
I knew he was up in my bedroom.
We've talked a little bit about your call records, and I want to
Eating
pivot for a
cheese.
second and ask you about those call records. This is Exhibit 90. Don't have any approach? Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document?
I do, yes.
You were shown this document last week, is that right?
Correct.
This is a forensic extraction report of John O'Keefe's cell phone that you were shown on Friday, right?
Thank
Correct.
you, Freckles.
You acknowledge that it's an accurate report of calls found on John's phone between you and him. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this shows the calls that you made to John's phone or you received from John's phone on or between or at or between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. I want to direct your attention to those time frames, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to start at the bottom, and it may go in reverse chronological order.
Okay.
I think it does. At 12:14, it shows that you called John O'Keefe and that call was answered. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
At 12:18 a.m., it shows that John O'Keefe called your phone and that was answered as well.
Correct.
And then at 12:29 a.m., you also called John O'Keefe's phone and y'all had a short conversation as well. Is that right?
No.
That the record shows, I think it shows, pardon me. Unknown, correct? In terms of whether it was missed or answered?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sure, the 12:29, I want to concentrate on the 12:29 a.m. call.
Okay.
That one in the Celebrite extraction, it shows in terms of whether the call was answered or not, the status is unknown, correct? It's on the last page.
Yeah.
Second from the second row. from the
Mine says yes, and it lasted 8 seconds.
Unknown, yes.
Unknown. However, you've already acknowledged that y'all did have a short conversation on that 2:29
No,
29 call, correct?
we didn't speak at 2:29. We spoke at 12:14 and we spoke at 12:18. We never spoke at 12:29.
So you're indicating that the 1229 call was either missed or otherwise? Went to voicemail, something.
The 12:29, yes.
Okay. I want to show you a document. Well, let me ask it this way.
I have it here as answered
According to
in 8
this,
seconds and
There
deleted.
were 6 more calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Count them, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Um,
5, 6. And that's before, or that's up to 12:50 a.m. Is that right?
correct.
All right. I'd like to show you another document. Or if I could approach briefly.
I stand for truth, justice, and the American Dental Association's way. No, JD, I mute when I cough, if I can catch it in time. But my cough would be much louder.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll take, so we don't get them mixed up, I'll take exhibit 90 back.
Okay, thank you.
I want to show you one more document that you weren't shown on Friday. Do you recognize this one?
No.
Okay. If you look where it indicates on the left column, I'm just putting my thumb here, the
Okay.
left column, the MSISDN user, there's a number that ends there. 0142. Sorry, 0142.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to answer this question before we approach.
I have no idea what we're approaching about this document.
Yes.
Why don't we just go up there?
Sure.
May I have that, please? I know you need to look at.
All right. So what is Lolly up to now? Because I mean, let's just get real here. So what I'm confused about is the document that that Jackson is referring to. He says that it states as unknown, but what I'm looking at now, this is Sleuthy Goosey's, and I'm not trying to throw her under the bus. I'm just saying that according to the spreadsheet that I have here, the 12:29 a.m., 12:29 and 44 seconds is an outgoing call to John O'Keefe, and it is answered, and it lasts 8 seconds and is deleted. And she claims she never spoke to John O'Keefe at that time. So they're probably looking at different documents, but every call that she made is deleted. I don't see one call here that isn't deleted. Every single one. All the texts are there, or at least, yeah, I mean, all the texts are there, but and none of the texts seem to be deleted, but all of the calls are deleted. And she claims she never deleted any of the calls. But I'm sure that their extraction is going to indicate whether or not the calls were deleted before or after she volunteered her phone, as she put it, to be extracted. But the vibe I'm getting from her is that she thought she was going to delete these calls and then felt confident in turning over her phone because she deleted all the calls and didn't know jack shit about Celebrite extraction. She's never followed a true crime case. Real crime, actually, is what we call it here. But she's never followed a real crime case. So she figured, well, I'll delete the calls. Since I deleted all the calls, sure, you could take my phone. Have a look. But why did she volunteer her phone? And why was she the only one? Very weird. Because if it was in the interest of a sound investigation, why wasn't anybody else's phones extracted?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you look on the left column, Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
You'll see something that says Apple ID.
Yes.
Look to the right of it. Do you recognize that unredacted portion? I don't want you to read it out or anything. You recognize that?
Yes.
Whose Apple ID is that?
That's mine.
Okay, if you look 6 lines below that, there's a full phone number. Again, don't read the phone number out. Just tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Whose is that?
That's mine.
Okay. May I approach her?
Yes.
I'll take the unredacted copy back.
Okay.
So we don't get it mixed up. Does this appear to be Celebrite extraction of your phone records, your Apple ID?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize, without telling me what it is, you recognize that phone number as your phone number back at the time and the Apple ID back at the time?
Yes.
Associated with the phone that you then turned in to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You've just looked at the extraction report for John O'Keefe's phone, and you saw those calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone after going from 12:14 after that all the way up to 12:50, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at the last couple of pages, page 3 and 4 of your own cell phone extraction report. And tell me if you see a single call listed between you and John O'Keefe for January 29th between 12:14 and 12:50.
Dude, all I can hear now is her deviating.
There are calls to a number that I'm assuming is John.
What
I'm
time?
just not sure. I see a call at, wait a minute.
It's
This
a half
report
day
has-
today, so another hour.
Times everywhere.
Pearl.
Right. It's chronological except for the calls that were deleted. You see a call at 5:52 to John O'Keefe's phone.
I see a call at 5:52. Yes.
But there's not a single call before 5:52 a.m. between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. Is that right? Not one.
It's very hard to this report
They're coming for you.
time wise.
You can look at every single time on the report. There's not that many.
I'm just trying to say that it goes from 7:21 to 5:52 to 7:33 to 7:49. There's no order. They're out of order.
I understand that, Mr. McCabe, but if you look at FBI, open up! There's not a single entry for 12:14, 12:18, or any of the subsequent 12:29, any of the subsequent phone calls that are all shown on John O'Keefe's phone extraction. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move for the admission of NN as an exhibit.
Okay, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Fact of the matter is, according to those Celebrite records and that extraction from your own phone, every one of the calls that you made to John O'Keefe's phone between 12:29 and, I'm sorry, between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. was deleted and unrecovered, correct?
I didn't understand that report, and I'm not an expert.
When you compare the two, you saw a bunch of calls on John O'Keefe's phone, right? You know, he couldn't have deleted them.
She was so prepped to answer it that way.
Right?
Correct.
You saw your cell phone extraction, which is the handshake for John O'Keefe's phone. And all of your calls are missing, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I'm confused. That paper, I don't understand it. It was vague. There were numbers, there were calls everywhere. There was a number of missing calls.
There's a bunch of missing calls.
Oh,
right?
come
You didn't see
on.
Any of the calls that were reflected on John O'Keefe's phone. Is that right? Yes or no? They're not there.
A lot of calls are missing. I'm not really even sure what's there because the numbers are all, it's all redacted.
So you were not seeing any redacted calls.
The page you just had in front of me was redacted.
It's now an exhibit.
It's now an exhibit. Your personal information was redacted. None of the calls were redacted now.
The numbers, I don't know people's phone numbers. I just have them as contacts.
Ms. McCabe, you just said a second
Your
ago,
number
I
was
can
redacted.
Do this all day long, or we can just make it simple. The fact of the matter is that report did not show any of the calls that John O'Keefe's phone report showed, correct? From 12:14 to 12:50.
I believe there was one on there.
Wow.
Two.
Come on.
Right?
Were there other calls in that time period on the Celebrate?
You just said there weren't. You just looked at them.
I've told you that that Celebrate report was extremely hard to read.
Right.
Mhm.
Fact is, there are no calls on your own phone extraction between you and John O'Keefe between 12:14 and 12:50. Would you just agree with that, at least on that report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The fact is that you deleted your call records before you turned your phone in, didn't you, Ms. McCabe? That's what that report shows.
Absolutely not.
You
You're a
sanitized your
liar.
phone because you didn't want the police to know who you had been calling or the fact that you had been calling John O'Keefe's phone incessantly, correct?
Incorrect.
Get
I
her.
willingly turned over my phone.
After you deleted your phone call logs.
There it is.
Absolutely not.
What date did you turn your phone over?
Possibly February 3rd.
How many days after this incident was that?
4 or 5.
So you had plenty of time to talk to that friends and family group and ultimately decide to delete your phone calls, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any group chats with family members who are witnesses in this case?
Yes.
Yeah, IT husband, IT nephew.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Flip through those. While Mr. Lally is looking through that packet, can I just ask to make sure the record is clear? Did you delete any of your calls before you turned your phone into law enforcement?
I spoke with the 2 officers that I handed my phone over to, and I asked if I could delete the personal conversations with my daughters. And they said absolutely yes, that I could.
So other than calls with your daughters that you did you delete any other calls on your phone at all?
There were text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Did you delete any
Why?
phone calls?
I do not recall deleting any phone calls at all. I would have no reason to delete anything.
So that's very different than
Wow.
I didn't delete any phone calls. I do not remember deleting phone calls. Means you might have.
Right.
In day-to-day life, people delete things, but I do not recall
No, they don't.
deleting any phone calls.
They don't.
In day-to-day life, did you delete any of the calls to John O'Keefe?
No,
Did you delete any of your calls with Nicole Albert?
no,
Did you delete any of your calls with Brian Albert?
no,
With Chris Albert?
no,
With Julie Albert?
no,
Colin Albert?
no,
With any of the witnesses in this case, did you delete any calls before you turned that phone over?
no, no.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Bud
I'm
deletes.
handing you a packet of documents. Appears to be about 10 pages long. Do you recognize what's in those documents?
Yes,
You indicated already that you were part of a group chat with certain members of your family and friends.
correct.
Did that group chat, I'm most interested in the group chat between yourself, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, on or around that group chat starting on or around February 1st, 2022.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and accurate reflection of the text messages between, or certain of the text messages between and among that group?
Yes, the ones I've seen, yes.
On
Can
February
you just tell me what page you're on? I'm sorry.
Of course, Your Honor.
The Bates stamp number?
2148.
Okay,
is where
thank
I'm
you.
going to start.
Thank you.
And they should go relatively chronologically, Your Honor, page by
Okay.
page. On February 1st, 2022, around 2:15 in the afternoon on this group chat, did you receive a message from your husband on the group? This is on page 2148.
I'm with you, FR. I think we all are.
The middle and the bottom bubble. Quote, Julie
And
said
thank you,
channel
FR.
4 is in DE. You see that?
Yes,
And the response from Matt McCabe is eating, I assume, quote, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, end quote. You see that?
yes.
You look at the next page, the top,
Mhm.
149. There's a one-word answer from Brian Albert.
Mhm.
What is that answer?
Exactly.
Does it appear to you from this chat that Matt McCabe was directing witnesses, specifically Chris Albert, what to say to the news media?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you're seeing?
That is not how I would understand this.
How would you
He
understand
never
it?
went in. Tell them he never went in the house was the story that had been concocted between and among this group of people on this chat. Correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
Just like she said, I hit him.
Correct.
Ow, with an attitude. Calm down there.
So according to this chat, at least, at the very base level, this is one witness telling another witness to give certain information to the media that could be useful to the group, correct? Tell them the guy never went in the house, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Matt McCabe was directing Chris Albert. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house, was he?
Chris Albert was not at the house, no.
But this chat is Matt McCabe, your husband, telling Chris Albert, who was never at the house and would have no personal knowledge of what happened at the house, to specifically say, the guy never came in the house. The guy, by the way, being John O'Keefe.
Your friend.
Right?
That's what he wrote.
Why wouldn't Chris Albert
that
just
sound to
say,
you?
I wasn't there?
A little bit like collusion.
Objection.
Sustained.
At some point, you sought out Carrie Roberts' cell phone number shortly after the 29th, or maybe not, maybe on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have her cell number in your phone?
No.
One of your primary concerns was to make sure that you got in contact with Carrie Roberts before the day's end, right?
I wanted to speak to Carrie as she was on her way to the hospital, and I wanted to check in on John.
One of your primary concerns, Ms. McCabe, was that you wanted to make sure you got a hold of Carrie Roberts and had communication with her before the end of the day.
It had nothing to do with getting in touch with her by the end of the day. It was a friend reaching out, wondering how her friend was doing, who was just taken off the front lawn.
On the 29th.
Yes.
So before the end of the day, Ms. McCabe, you can do this all day long. Before the end of the day, you were trying to get a hold of Carrie Roberts, correct?
Immediately in the morning, I wanted to get in touch with her.
Right. So you sought out her phone number. First, you tried my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Correct.
But then you found another source for that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said just a second ago, you were claimed that you needed that information because you knew that she was on the way to see John O'Keefe's parents.
She was picking them up.
And you wanted to check on them.
Correct.
You've been friends with the O'Keefe family for years, haven't you?
Correct.
So you didn't have a need to get Carrie Roberts' phone number, did you?
I wanted to speak with Carrie, see how she was doing. I was not going to call Peg.
You had her phone number.
Why not?
I do, yes.
So if you wanted to check on somebody, you could have just called her.
Right.
I was not going to call Peg O'Keefe on the way to see her son at the hospital.
Check on your friend? That was just too much?
I wanted to ask Carrie. I'm sure she was boggled down and probably did not want to speak with anyone. It was a simple thing. I made sure I got Carrie Roberts' number so I could check in and see how John was doing. Also, we had just been through an extremely traumatic event together. There's nothing evil here.
Carrie Roberts' number, Ms. McCabe, is because you wanted to make sure that you controlled her story as she left your site, correct?
Absolutely not.
Did you take any steps whatsoever to influence Carrie Roberts' statements?
No.
Because that would be collusion, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you write a text to the group, including Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, where you informed them that, quote, and this is, Your Honor, on page 2158, where you informed them, quote, Carrie is here going over timeline, end quote.
Wow.
Correct.
So you reported back to Brian, Nicole, and Matt that Carrie was where?
She came over my house.
And you two sat down and went over a, quote, timeline together.
Peggy spoke to Carrie.
Yes or no? I didn't ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
Did you ask Carrie, or did Carrie show up at your house and quote unquote go over a timeline?
Carrie showed up asking to sit
Yes
down
or
with
no?
me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you wanted to be super helpful about that, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Jackson. Chill out,
You
Jackson.
wanted to be
Come on.
helpful to Carrie Roberts.
The two of us were trying to figure out what had happened to our friend.
And so you made sure that you created and drafted with Carrie Roberts a timeline for her, correct?
I didn't make sure of anything. She was the one that asked me to do it.
And not only did you create a timeline, you then reported back to your group, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, that she was creating this timeline with you on February 1st, 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes.
After you created or drafted this timeline with Carrie, she actually sat for an interview with the police, did she not? That's not in the chats. I'm just asking. She sat down for an interview with the police, didn't she?
When?
You tell me. It's my question.
I'm not sure of when you're talking about.
Okay, let's start over.
Yes.
After this timeline was created on February 1st,
Hmm.
at some point thereafter, Carrie Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
We're sort of burying the lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am. Right?
There was
Ah,
on Tuesday, 2 officers came to the house and she sat in the other room and spoke with them.
so, using my question, she did the interview at your house.
Oh, they came to my house to interview me and she happened to be there. So they asked if they could speak with her also.
Okay. Did she or did she not do an interview at your house?
Did, yes.
That wasn't that hard.
You heard Jackson earlier go, ah.
You were present for that interview, weren't you?
I was eating dinner.
You were present for the interview, Ms. McCabe.
What?
I was in the house, yes.
And you listened to that interview, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You made sure you gave Carrie Roberts everything she needed for that interview, correct? Quote, everything she might need for that interview, didn't you?
And where is this that you're quoting
I was
from?
asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you quoted, I thought it was in here. I apologize.
We'll get to it in a second. Did you tell her everything that you wanted her to say?
No, I did not.
Shit.
Did you in any way attempt to influence her testimony before she gave that interview in your living room?
Absolutely not. Carrie is her own person.
But then you did report her progress to the Albert and McCabe group in that group chat, didn't you?
Can you show me where, please?
Sure. Isn't it true that in a group text with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, you wrote, and this is on page 2159, quote, and we handed Carrie, sorry, and handed phone to Carrie. Remember that?
I see that, yes.
And the very next text is from you telling the group she's telling him everything in all caps, 2 exclamation points.
Wow.
Yes.
And then you went on to say at 2:55 p.m., at basically the same moment, quote, all the stuff, end quote. Correct?
Wow.
Correct.
So when you said a couple of minutes ago that you weren't listening to what she was saying, that was a lie, wasn't it?
We're talking about 2 different interviews. I'm talking about when the officers came to my house and spoke to her there. You're saying that I handed the phone over, so that would be a different interview.
McCabe, this is on February 1st at 2:55. I
Yeah,
wasn't there.
lady.
You were there. She was
Right.
at your house on February 1st giving an interview to the police, wasn't she?
One day she was there giving an interview to the police.
And while she was there,
But I do not believe evening, so I think you might have 2 events confused.
so either way, whether
What?
she was on the phone with the police or sitting there in your living room with the police, you were listening to her and reporting back to the group. She's telling them everything.
The one, no, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said, she's telling them everything.
I know.
Because
I know.
Carrie is an extremely blunt person and she was giving personal feelings
Oh,
about the situation.
stop
And I
it.
was horrified by it.
To the police.
To the police.
And you're listening.
Wow.
I heard a statement she said that horrified me.
And then you're reporting it back to the group, weren't you?
That one thing she stated, I reported back to the group, yes.
So you're listening in on a police interview, correct?
It was a phone call.
One side of it, right?
It was a phone call.
You're listening in on a police interview, one side of it,
Correct.
You're eavesdropping on that interview, correct?
I'm sitting with her and she's taking the call.
And then you're reporting that interview back, or her success in that interview, in your mind, back to the group involving Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe. Isn't that what you're doing?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I absolutely not. That is not how it went. I was horrified because Carrie's a blunt person, not like me. And she had made a comment about Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe's relationship.
Not
And I
like
was
me.
shocked and horrified that she said it the way that she did.
You were so shocked and horrified that
I said, oh my God, she's telling them everything. Yes.
you decided
Wow.
that you needed to report that back to Brian Albert and his friends.
I
mean,
was
sorry, his family.
I was horrified.
So you reported that back.
Yes, I said she told them everything.
Lady, you suck at
You were
this.
first confronted with these messages at a separate proceeding in June of 2023. You claimed that you couldn't remember what that exchange was about, correct?
Correct.
And now you just all of a sudden have this newfound memory of exactly what that text message was referring to, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, because Kerry Roberts said a statement and it jogged. I said, oh my God, that's what I meant when I said she said everything.
When did she say this statement?
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Kerry Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh, no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
And all of a sudden that became your, quote, everything, all this stuff.
It didn't just become it. I forgot that I had written it. And one day Kerry made the statement, and I'm sure it happens to everyone. You forget something and then you're like, oh my God, that's what it was.
I'm not sure that happens to everyone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask you a different question. When you were asked under oath a year ago, when things were fresher in your mind, you were asked specifically what you were referring to, and your answer was, I have no idea, correct?
Wow.
Correct.
Because you didn't want to tell them that you had coordinated your statement with Kerry Roberts. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right. I did not remember what it was.
Went on to
But
be
you remember
asked
now.
specifically, do you know who you were referring to? And you said, maybe Kerry, maybe. I'm talking to Kerry. And the question was, but you don't recall this text? And your answer was, I don't remember. That's what you testified to a year ago, correct?
Correct.
But now you're talking about some memory of a disparaging comment that Kerry Roberts has about my client. And that's the everything in your mind.
Yes, the things that she was saying.
Quite obviously, what you were referring to in that text in real time, Ms. McCabe, was that Kerry Roberts was telling the police, quote, everything that you had laid out for her in this timeline meeting you had with her, correct?
Objection.
So it's sustained as to that form. You can ask that question in a proper way.
The everything you referred to in that text.
But look at her all smug.
Was what you had worked out with Kerry in that timeline meeting, wasn't it? That was the everything you were referring to, correct?
Incorrect. We never worked together to come up with the story. We have the facts, and the everything was a comment about your client.
You went on in your group chat with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe to give
Snippy.
running updates about whether or not Kerry Roberts was actually following the script, correct?
Incorrect. There was no script.
167. Matt McCabe texted the group, Brian, comma, sitting separate, end quote, correct?
Yes.
Sounds like Matt McCabe is reporting back to Brian Albert, following your instructions, we're sitting separate.
Objection.
Sustained.
One minute later, Brian Albert had a one-word response to the Brian sitting separate, correct?
Yes.
What was that one-word response?
Okay.
So it sounded like he was giving his approval for where people were situated in that meeting, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At page 2168, 515.
It's very hard to just look at two texts and try to understand what the context is.
Ms. McCabe, if you
We're
don't
there.
understand the question that I
What do you
have,
mean?
Let me know, but otherwise, let me ask the question. On page 2168, at 515, you wrote the group, quote, you listening, correct?
Wait, what?
Yes.
And at the same time, 5:15, you then wrote, "Cops here again," end quote, correct?
Correct.
That was in reference to the police coming over to your house to further interview Carrie Roberts, wasn't it?
That was when they came to talk to me.
And Carrie Roberts was there,
Was
correct?
at my house, correct?
And a few minutes later at 5:23, Nicole Albert texts, "Call us after," correct?
Correct.
And a few minutes after that, Matt McCabe texts, quote, "This girl could write a book, ... nonstop," correct?
Correct.
So obviously Matt McCabe, along with you, was listening to Carrie Roberts give her interview.
We were sitting in the kitchen eating dinner with our children, and Carrie Roberts was in a different room, but she was going on and on and on as she does because they were in the other room.
And you could listen.
I could hear voices.
You could hear her interview with the police.
Did not hear her interview. I could hear them talking, but I was sitting at a table with my children eating dinner, getting ready to go to a basketball game.
You're so
You then
full of
responded
shit.
to Matt McCabe, "I love it."
Mhm. Yes.
What?
And then you responded about this interview you just testified under oath and under penalty of perjury, not hearing anything about, just hearing voices. Your next text was, quote, "She is telling them everything."
Yes.
End quote. Correct?
Yes.
I
What
mean,
you said just a few minutes ago about not knowing what she was saying, I could just hear voices. That was a lie.
It was.
Okay.
Objection.
Sistine.
lady.
And a couple of seconds later, Nicole Albert responds, one word. What was her response?
Good.
So in order, those texts say, "You listening?" You say, "You listening?"
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
You listening? You
At the end of the
listening?
day,
I mean, she heard
you're
everything.
eavesdropping on an interview that Carrie Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official capacity, weren't you?
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard, but I was not even. I'm saying there's a possibility if I'm sitting in this room eating dinner and someone's in another room talking, you can hear bits and pieces. Was I eavesdropping? No. Is there some big cover-up story? No.
Well, why does McCabe, does your testimony keep evolving? A second ago, you said, you told this jury, you said, "I couldn't hear a thing. All I could hear was voices, like muffled voices from the other room." She was going on and on about something.
Yeah.
And then when I confronted you with the text message where you said, "She's telling them everything," now it's, "Well, I may have heard a couple of things." Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
And you were listening on and on and on like you do.
I was probably hearing bits and pieces.
Wow. You lied. You lied.
Why
Stop
was it so
it.
important to report back to the group that you were happy that Carrie Roberts was saying, quote, "everything"?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We had both lost our friend.
Oh, shut up.
Carrie Roberts was in shock, as was I in shock. The two of us had all this information that just kept coming back to us and back to us. And it's terrifying when you go through an experience and you're in shock. And Carrie was remembering things. I was remembering things. So I was happy for her that she was piecing it all together, and I had pieced it all together because at the end of the day, our friend was dead and we were trying to figure out what had happened to him together. There was no direction. We were all trying to figure out what had happened because that's what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Were you happy for her, or were you happy for you and Brian and Matt and Nicole?
for me and for her because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
Got the story out that you're trying to get out.
Facts.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create? I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
A fact that conveniently you didn't mention in your report to Lank, grand jury, right? That kind of fact.
Objection.
Right.
Is that right?
That is a fact I mentioned. So in some reports, it's there.
Oh, my God.
The fact is, you wanted to keep very close tabs on Carrie Roberts, didn't you?
No.
On January 29th, if you look on page 2223, did you text the group, quote, Carrie talked to cops and kept it simple, end quote.
So you didn't hear anything?
Yes.
Okay, it's becoming a habit for you to keep tabs on Carrie Roberts, isn't it? In the
Objection.
Sustained.
You'll agree that over and over and over and over again, you're reporting to this tight group, Nicole, Brian Albert, your husband, how Carrie's doing in her stories to the police, aren't you? Over and over and over.
I am telling them what is going on. I wouldn't say it. Well, let's count them. Was there 4 of them? You're saying over and over and over and over. It's a bit extreme.
I see. So you take issue with the way that I phrased over and over and over.
Well, it's misleading, I believe.
I see. Okay. Well, let me see if I can try this in a non-misleading way, Mr. McCabe.
Okay.
So at least one of us, I'll withdraw. You consistently reported back to the group how Carrie Roberts was doing with the police, didn't you?
I would update them after Carrie saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
There's yet another text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on January 29th, and this is on page 2226.
Yeah, drink up.
And she says, quote, we'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it, end quote. And then you texted, right, correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened. It was nothing more than let's not text about it.
So you wanted to keep it, in your words, in your little circle, correct?
Correct. I didn't want it all out there what we had thought had happened. I was going to let the police do their job.
So by definition, the info that Nicole Albert was talking about, that needed to be kept very tight, very secret, correct?
We needed the police to do their job. So we weren't going.
Texts, and Nicole wanted her texts, and the group wanted their texts to be kept secret and private. Isn't that right?
Not secret and private. We just weren't going to communicate certain things over text.
Did you give, or did anybody give you any private information the next day on January 30th?
Didn't even give me private information.
So let me put it in context. That text from Nicole Albert, we'll get more info tomorrow. I don't want to text about it. That was on the 29th, right?
Okay.
You saw it. Did you get additional info on the 30th, the next day?
I have no idea.
Did anything significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers, anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Kerry Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Kerry are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Kerry and asks how the O'Keefes were doing. And, we talked to her.
Exactly.
So,
What?
Pulled up to Michael Lank's house on the 30th. That's never been reported, has it?
What? Yeah.
I guess I never thought much of it.
Never thought about reporting the fact that one of the first responding officers on the case, working for Canton PD, which is conflicted off the case, you had a meeting with that was unreported the next day?
I didn't meet with Michael Lank.
I see. So you pulled up in the car. Tell me about that again. You pulled up in the car, and what happened?
And Lex, her daughter, went into the house.
Okay. And then you just drove away?
No, Michael's wife came out of the house.
Okay. And y'all had a conversation about what?
She got in the car, and her and Kerry are friends, and she was checking on Kerry and, just saying, oh my God, this is so crazy, just checking in on the O'Keefes.
How long did that take?
Well, Kerry's a talker, so could have been an hour.
Wow, lady.
Sitting in the car.
Oh my
Sitting in the
God.
car on February 30th. Never came in the house?
Not February 30th.
I said February 30th. January 30th. Never went in the house?
I might have ran in to go to the bathroom.
It's the
Oh,
day,
shit.
It's freezing cold outside. Sitting in the car for an hour?
The car was running, Kerry, and they were talking.
You were the worst liar ever.
It's her friend.
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody about you going to Michael Lank's house on January 30th? Anybody?
Yes,
Tell me about that. Who was it and when?
it was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
The DA's office had an interview with you, correct?
Not an interview. They just explained this process.
I mean, a conversation? How about that?
Yes.
You met with folks at the DA's office. Who'd you meet with?
Mr. Lally, Miss McLaughlin, Steve Nelson,
Steve Nelson, the victims in
Trooper Brian Tully.
Tully.
I believe, and another woman, I can't remember her name, unfortunately.
Someone from the DA's office?
Yes.
Beelan?
No.
Lynn Beelan?
No, she's here today. She works with Steve Nelson.
Ah, but an employee of the DA's office?
Yes.
That sounds like a pretty big meeting.
I wouldn't call it a big meeting. There was, 5 of them?
How long did you, 5 of them, and then you?
Pretty big
My
meeting.
daughter Allie came with me also.
The meeting's getting bigger. Anybody else?
No, we both went.
Was Allie in the room when you were
Holy
interviewed?
shit, lady.
With every word I used. When you were talked to by the DA?
Allie and I were both in the room when they went over everything, how this all works, because this is all brand new to us. And then they asked me to leave the room.
You were about to say, and I lost the end of that sentence, when they received what?
I didn't mean the word received.
Did you receive anything?
No, I looked at my grand jury notes.
Now, at this meeting, was anybody taking notes?
No.
You have a bunch of lawyers and DAs.
What?
Nobody has a notepad in front of them? Like notes?
I believe Mr. Lally had a number of folders on the table.
Taking notes? In those
I do not believe anyone was taking notes. It was a casual meeting to explain this process.
Was that meeting recorded in any way that you're aware of?
No.
How long did the meeting last?
Allie and I were probably in the room, I don't know, approximately 20 minutes. Then I left and they spoke with her. And then I went back in and they spoke with me.
How long did they speak with you?
Honestly, maybe half hour.
And during that half hour to an hour, did they go over with you what they expected your testimony to be?
They never spoke about what they expected my testimony to be. They just showed me some pictures that might be shown. I listened to the 911.
What pictures?
Just of the house and how I'd be asked to, show.
So
okay, we're going to put a picture of the house and you'll have a laser.
Mr. McCabe, when we started this conversation, it was because you said, in answer to my question, was anything ever brought up to you about this meeting at Lank's house?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously they did talk to you about your testimony. It wasn't just about the process, correct?
I asked what discovery had been turned in regard to me.
So you wanted to prepare to make sure that you knew what you might be asked on cross-examination.
Wow.
I wanted to know what was coming. Yes.
And you knew that one of the things was coming after this meet. Well, let me ask it a different way.
Why?
During this meeting, did Mr. Lowley tell you one of the things that's going to be coming is you had an off-the-books meeting at Lank's house for 45 minutes? Did he tell you that?
No, that's not how I was told.
Did he tell you that the defense had uncovered a report that established that you were actually at Michael Lank's house for 45 minutes that had never been reported to the defense or the prosecution before the phone extraction had been done? Did he tell you that?
I was asked, oh, were you at Michael Lank's on the 30th?
So you've had a lot of time to come up with a story about why you were at Michael Lank's, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I didn't need time to make up a story because I have the truth of why we went.
And the truth, according to you, is you pulled up at Michael Lank's house. The first responding officer and friends of the Alberts had a meeting with him the next day that was never reported to anybody for any purpose.
I
just met with his wife out in the car while the car was running for 45 minutes to an hour. That's your story.
It's not a story, it's the truth. Carrie dropped her daughter off. The wife came out. Carrie is a talker. They started talking. A tragedy had happened the day before.
It is interesting, would you not agree, that the day before you had this off-the-books meeting at Michael Lank's house, Nicole Albert says, we'll get more info tomorrow, meaning the very day you show up at Lank's house.
Again, I never spoke with Mike Lank at his house. It was not an off-the-books meeting. It was Carrie dropping her daughter at one of her good friends' house, whose husband happens to be a Canton cop. That is what it is. That is the truth.
A lot of coincidences.
Objection.
15.
I mean, lady.
Yeah, just told me, right?
Yes.
Bro, the jury right now is just like.
That's, by the way, what did Mr. Lally show you in respect of this issue about this meeting at Michael Lank's house?
He showed me nothing.
He just told you about it.
Brian Tully told me.
Okay, what did Mr. Tully tell you? Trooper Tully.
Here we go.
What exactly did he tell you at this meeting about this Michael Lank issue?
He said, did you go to Michael Lank's on January 30th? And at first I said, no, I've never been to his house. And then I thought about it and I said, oh my gosh, yes, I did go there. And that was the extent of the conversation.
You said, yeah, I did go there, and he didn't ask to follow up, like, what the heck were you doing at Michael Lank's house the day after this issue?
Objection.
This incident.
I'll allow it.
You didn't ask to follow up like that?
I do not believe he did.
So Trooper Tully had you come down for an interview. He confronted you with a fact that had never been disclosed before, to wit, you showed up at Michael Lank's house, and when you said, hang on, I think your words were, oh my gosh, yeah, I think I did go there. And he didn't ask a follow-up question?
He was there. You're spinning all of
Yes
this.
or no?
Ma'am, I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't spin. There's a judge here to make sure that I don't spin. I'm asking you a
Ah.
question, very direct.
I do not believe he asked me a follow-up question.
So that was the end of that conversation about Michael Lang, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally didn't have any follow-up questions.
I don't believe Mr. Lally was in the room.
Who else? I thought you said Mr. Lally, Mr. McLaughlin. I thought
They
you
were. They might not have been in the room at that time.
I see. So Mr. Lally just happened to, just saunter out?
It was a different time.
He just rolled up.
So Mr. Lally was in and out of the conversation?
Mr. Lally was not there when this conversation happened.
Well, why is that?
Jury's looking at Lolly like
Because
he's dirty
I
now.
met with Brian Tully and he was not there.
Is Brian Tully taking notes?
No.
He's a state trooper interviewing a witness, and
He was
Objection.
Sustained.
the same report that has you at Michael Lang's house
Mhm.
also has you picking up Nicole Albert going by 34 Fairview just before you went to Michael Lang's house. You aware of that?
We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
So you went by 34 Fairview, then diverted, and right after you went by 34 Fairview, went directly over to Michael Lang's house. What was the reason that you stopped by 34 Fairview first?
We didn't stop by. Maybe Carrie slowed down, but we did not stop by 34.
So you did a drive-by 34 Fairview.
Right.
Giggles? What?
No, that's how we get to Michael Lang's house.
If the report shows that you actually stopped at 34 Fairview and then went to Michael Lang's house, would we have another oh my gosh moment?
Nope, no oh my gosh moment. We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
Did anybody else go with you over to Michael Lang's house?
No, it was Carrie, myself, and her daughter.
Your Honor, maybe approach briefly.
Okay.
Bro. I love it. Like, Jackson is like, are we going to have another oh my gosh moment? Are we going to have another epiphany? Like, oh, that's right. We did stop. Oops. Carrie needed to pee. Or, oh, Nicole decided she wanted a burrito. So she came along and then just happened to ride along to Michael Lang's. Got it. Get the fuck out of here, lady. Dude, you are falling apart, woman. Stop it. I mean, look at John O'Keefe's mom. This is John O'Keefe's mom right here going, what?
Jurors, we're going to try and go
going on?
right up to 1 o'clock. Okay.
All right. So this is going to end at 1 o'clock. So we've got 7 minutes.
Ms. McCabe, we've talked in some detail about your calls with John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that
Yes.
conversation? I want to focus your attention on or at 12:14 a.m., moving up to about 12:50 a.m. You have that time in mind?
Yes.
You've seen the Celebrite extraction from John O'Keefe's phone, which Mr. Lally showed you the other day, correct?
Correct.
And you went through the series of phone calls that were made and that appear on his extraction report, correct?
Correct.
I just want to run through those time-wise very quickly just to orient you, if I can, and then I'll ask you some specific questions about it. There was a call at 12:14 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was a call that you indicated was answered. You had a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
There was a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds. That call also was answered by you. John O'Keefe made that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Then there's the 12:29 and 44 second call that you indicated was not answered.
Correct.
And that was a call to you, from you to him.
Correct.
There was a 12:41 call from you to John O'Keefe, correct? That was
Correct.
There was a 12:41 and 54-second call from you to him. Is that right?
Correct.
There was a 12:43 and 19-second call from you to him.
Correct.
12:46 a.m. and 16 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
And 12:50 and 37 seconds from you to him. Correct?
Correct.
You saw in his extraction report that all of those calls after 12:18 were missed calls, correct?
In his report that you showed me?
Correct. In other words, the only two calls that were answered were the 12:14 and 12:18. Everything else was a missed call.
I believe so. I would have to refer to it again because I've seen so many reports.
And Ms. McCabe, according to the extraction reports that you've seen this morning, comparing yours to his, every single one of those calls was deleted off your phone. Correct? According to the reports.
According to that report, yes.
Let me ask you another question. Have you ever misplaced your phone?
Yes.
Just in life, everybody does it, right?
Yes.
What's one of the first things you do if you're with your daughter or your husband or a friend and you're in your house and you misplace your phone? What do you do?
Oh, I'll ask them to call my phone.
Even over and over and over, right?
Correct.
Could be as many as 5, 6, 7 times.
Usually I hear it the first or second time.
You're looking for a buzz or a ring, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you might do that if you're searching for a missing phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the calls that were deleted from your phone, you were asked about this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding that you had an explanation for all these missed calls starting at 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46.
That piece of shit. You were looking for John's phone, you piece of shit.
You have an explanation for that, right?
Can I see the report?
I'm asking you about your prior testimony.
And I'm asking,
About these calls,
yes, I'm asking, can I see it, please?
I'm asking you a different question. At this other proceeding, which
Mhm.
you were under oath,
Yes.
It's control so bad.
you explained that these calls were what? These missed calls, incessant missed calls. What were they? You used a word. Matter of fact, 2 words.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to you, you literally butt dialed John O'Keefe's phone 6 times in the span of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I don't remember making any of those calls. So my assumption is I put my phone in my back pocket
What I tell you guys.
and that was it.
What I tell you. The back pocket. Yesterday in
When you dial
direct.
someone by mistake, you hit a button, set your phone down. The phone has to be open. You'll agree with that, right?
Correct.
Can't be locked. Because it takes several
Friday in
iterations
direct,
of
sorry.
movement to get a phone open. Face ID or password, right?
Correct.
So when you hit the button by mistake, walk away, that's a butt dial. People call butt dials. What happens with the call?
I assume it goes to voicemail.
Right.
Good assumption, because that's exactly what it does, isn't it?
Right.
You've had a phone for a lot of years, right?
Yes.
It rings and rings and rings until it goes to voicemail.
Correct.
Did you butt hang up before it went to
So in
voicemail
order to
16
hang up
times?
that butt dial, you have to interact with that phone yet again, don't you?
Yes.
So if you had 6 butt dials, 7, I think it's 7 butt dials, you'd not only have to interact with the phone once to butt dial John, you then have to interact with it every single time to turn off that phone ringer so it doesn't go to voicemail, wouldn't you?
Right, to hang it up.
I suppose.
Which makes 14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I mean, I guess I don't have it all right in front of me, but there were also text messages I was sending. So again, maybe I said, oh, shoot, I called them and then I turned it off.
Maybe.
But your claim is you don't remember those incessant butt dials and those incessant hangups at all, correct?
I honestly don't.
So you would have had to forget that you interacted with, by the way, you'll agree that the phone extraction shows that John O'Keefe got no voicemails from you, right?
I didn't look, but
So that means you would have had to interact with that phone 14 times over the course of 19 minutes at the exact time frame that the Commonwealth suggests John O'Keefe lost his life.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently, and this will be your last question for today.
This
please.
is a great way to leave the jury. This is a
The period
great
between 1229
note.
and 1250, which is the exact period that you were, quote, butt dialing John multiple times. That's also the exact period that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated. Isn't that right?
Objection.
That's sustained. We'll start up again tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
All right, folks, I'm going to want to stay there and walk out.
Yeah, I told you, folks.
So jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any.
I told you, folks, that this wasn't enough time. A half day is not enough time for cross-examination of this woman. It's
You'll see this courtroom fluctuates. It could be really cold in here, could be really hot in here. So maybe bring us sweaters. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Jurors, closing and leaving your notebooks if you would all rise.
yeah, really good note to leave the jury on. Really good note. Right now, the jury's going, what the fuck? Yeah, it's a half a day, guys. So, but we don't have to wait 3 days, okay? So, first thing tomorrow morning, and it's a full day.
Mr. Lally, who else might you have tomorrow?
So Ms. Roberts would be next. Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, and then I think it would be Mr. Higgins after that.
Okay.
Ooh. So who are the
It's not
Sullivans?
likely we'll get through all of those, correct?
Probably not.
Okay.
No.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
No way.
Jim, I'll
Because
see you too.
Jackson is maybe halfway done with Jennifer McCabe. He hasn't even gotten to the Google searches yet. So people, again, the formula is establish the witness as a liar and then start asking the hard-hitting questions. Jackson just started with the hard-hitting questions. Just started. That jury is going, what the fuck? She changed her story. I don't even know how many times. I'd have to do another 4-hour live stream. I'd have to do another 5-hour live stream just to go over each and every fucking lie. And every time she got caught. This is madness. Pure fucking madness. I mean, because it totally comes off because she's clearly a control freak. Clearly a control freak. So it was coming off like she's trying to control the narrative of her cross-examination. She's trying to control the cross-examination when she doesn't even know how to even accept the fact that she does not have control over that. She doesn't get say. She doesn't get to dictate what questions are asked. She doesn't get to just answer her own questions and ask herself questions out loud for the jury to hear. It doesn't work that way.
Well, and
So
since I've been
the
on the
jury
air,
is
it's been
seeing
11
her-
minutes.
The jury is seeing her try to control this. Meanwhile, they're also hearing proof that she tried to control Carrie Roberts and anything that she said, which is fascinating. She tried to control the entire situation. She tried to quarterback everything. This is exactly what's crazy is everything that Turtle Boy said in his investigations, everything that he said about Jenn McCabe, we're seeing her display herself on the stand. Now, I want to know, does anybody here feel like Turtle Boy was too hard on her by showing up to her lacrosse game? Was Turtle Boy out of line by showing up to this woman's lacrosse game and asking the kind of questions that he did, confronting her when he had the chance to do so? Was he out of line by doing that? Was he harassing a poor victim who just lost her friend who she failed to identify as a police officer when she called 911? Someone who she didn't correct when they referred to him as the guy in a group text? I mean, people. People. And this isn't even about Turtle Boy. This is the point being that all of this information has been made privy to us for quite a while. And Turtle Boy is responsible for this nevertheless. What I'm saying is, regardless of who, this information has been made privy to us through means that may or may not be controversial, but nevertheless, that information has been made privy to us prior to this testimony, prior to this cross-examination, and we're seeing it absolutely come to light. We're seeing it displayed right in front of us. This is no longer someone's opinion. This is your opinion now, based on what you're seeing, based on the facts that Alan Jackson is confronting Jennifer McCabe with while she is under oath on the witness stand in a murder trial. How could she possibly have butt dialed? How could she possibly have butt dialed 4 times, 4, 5, 6 times? I don't remember the number, but managed to hang up the butt dials before they even reach voicemail. Because we know John's voicemail wasn't full between 12 and 1 a.m. We know his voicemail wasn't full between 12 and 1 a.m. because a voicemail was left on John's phone of her calling 911 at 6:07 a.m. Right? Or what time was that? At 6:03 a.m. Excuse me. 6:03 a.m. So it's not like his voicemail was full, right? Voicemail couldn't have been full. Yeah, the group texts are totally sus. Everything about this woman's testimony is suspect. Everything. This woman is a fucking liar, folks. I mean, there's no sugarcoating this. There's no, oh, well, maybe her memory. No, 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 no. She is confronted with very shady situations, and then she lies about it, and then he confronts her with why it's a lie, and then she goes, oh, wait a second. Oh my gosh. She absolutely was listening
to Carrie Roberts, give her, she's trying to say she was in the other room having dinner with her family, with her kids and with Matt, but Carrie Roberts was in the other room talking to the cops. She says she's telling them everything. Well, because she's a chatty Cathy, and I could hear her talking, but I couldn't hear what was said. Bullshit. Because then, if that were the case, then why would she be satisfied with everything that she's saying? Oh, yeah, we got to do this. Hold on. Kuzi Farm, thank you. Do you think 227 text is coming tomorrow? Oh, yeah. Or do you think the sidebar this morning was about that 227 text and judge isn't allowing it? No. I think that because the judge can't just throw that out altogether. The judge can't throw that out altogether. Now, if as far as the FBI findings, that might be something that she's not allowing. But the 227 search can still be talked about. He can still bring it up, see how she reacts to it. That's I'm assuming. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm assuming so. But thank you, Kuzi Farm. I appreciate it. That's a great question. Hold on. Let's see what we got here. Because I'm petty as fuck.
Kate, are you still here? I think Kate will be back, but she's probably on the phone at the moment. All right. I think Alan Jackson did succeed in creating some problems.
I wonder who Kate Peters is on the phone with right now. Gee.
Obviously. So it's for someone that's trying to wonder if they're conspiring to get this story together.
Court TV's best right here, folks. Plevin, just so you know, is who we're listening to. Mr. Court TV correspondent, who's this is Court TV's best right here, folks. Pay close attention.
You have an issue with Jenn going over the day after this, potentially to the house of
Ryan F. The merch link is in the description. If Cherry's in the chat still, she'll share it, but the merch link is in the description if Cherry doesn't share it.
Officer Lank. I'm not sure if it was established that Jenn went into the house. It sounds like her and Kerry were together in the car, and they had Kerry's daughter, who happens to be friends with Lank's daughter. But
no, it was.
Is that a coincidence?
It was established that she went into the house because before she said she didn't go into the house, and then later when she's confronted with a fucking lie, she says, "Oh, I think I went in to use the bathroom." Okay.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of. It's a small town, so but there's a potential problem here. But you have to go a lot more to create a real problem. And this is why the importance of the data people will come into play, the experts that come in later. Did Jenn delete calls? She says she did not. And I don't think we're going to have the answer to that until we get to the people that do the data extractions. Unfortunately, at this point, all we're really getting is the defense reading out a report that they say exists.
Okay.
So whether there were actual deletions.
Okay. Dude. What matters is what the jury interprets, what the jury hears, sees, and how they interpret it. And right now, the jury is interpreting Jennifer McCabe as a liar, which means that everything that Jenn McCabe says, the jury's wondering whether or not she's telling the truth. That is called doubt. That is the defense's job. Now the jury has doubt in literally anything that Jenn McCabe says sitting on that stand. The only question is whether or not charges will be brought on to her for perjury. That is the only question. that exists at this point regarding Jennifer's testimony and what's to be done about whether it's interpreted as the truth or not. It's already not going to be interpreted as the truth. The question is, will she have charges brought up to her for it? Will there be charges for perjury is the question, because right now the jury sees Jennifer McCabe as a fucking liar. Nothing else. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit.
Or not remains to be seen. Unfortunately, that's just the way it goes with a trial. It's not like we're watching a documentary where you get to be presented with this, and then in the next segment, you're presented with an expert that explains what may or may not have happened. So you just have to kind of be patient and go down in order. So I thought overall, Jen held up great, but they did manage to create a little bit of an issue there. And whether they can exploit that and turn it into something bigger, they certainly haven't come anywhere near being able to create enough evidence to establish third-party culprit. Not even close. But is this a step towards something? Well,
see,
a lot will depend on.
I'm glad Plevin brought this up, because this is also very telling of the defense and their strategy, because they are building up to a third-party culprit for sure, clearly. Or else Jenn McCabe would not be going through this rigorous cross-examination. If they were just trying to establish doubt, only establish doubt, they could do so with Proctor's investigation. Already at this point, there have been enough witnesses that are taking the stand right now that never even had their statements taken, much less there was too much time that went by before their statements were taken, or their statements weren't taken at all. That's what's going on here. So far, it's already been established that Michael Proctor, being the lead investigator in this case, did not do his job. That's enough. That is enough to get Karen's case acquitted. Easy. But they're going further than that. The defense is going further than that, because the way Karen Reed, and I'm thinking this is what Karen Reed's mindset is. I'm paying this defense a whole lot of money, and my boyfriend was killed, and I want justice for my boyfriend. Regardless of how pissed off I may have been with him that night or whatever, that doesn't matter. I loved my boyfriend, and he was a Boston police officer, and he deserves better. Because the easy way to go here, it's already a one case. There's no way that jury is going to convict Karen Reed at this point. There's absolutely no way. What's happening now is everything is being put on record, because there is a federal investigation that is currently taking place. And all of this stuff is going on record and is going to be used in that federal investigation. It is going to be used in further federal indictments, future federal indictments, excuse me. That is going to happen. Because right now, what's happening is that jury is not only doubting whether or not Karen Reed is guilty. Not only are they doubting it, but at this point, they're thinking something happened in that fucking house. Why is everyone lying? Something happened in that house, and everyone is lying about it. That's what's happening with the jury right now. Right now, the jury is going home going, each juror is, fuck. That was a lot. This was a half day. And they just saw the biggest fucking liar out of everybody sit up on that stand. The next biggest liar was her husband. The one besides that one, Brian Albert, a Boston police officer. That jury right now is going, something fucking happened in that house, and there's that group text going on. I want to know more of what happened inside that house. That was the note that Alan Jackson just left the jury on. Let me see something here. I want to get to Tom here. What the hell's Tom doing? He just left his phone there. I love that they have like a pavilion there now. Like, what's going on with the tent? All right, so I was hoping to get some footage of Karen Reed leaving the courthouse and maybe some words from Alan Jackson or David Yannetti. Maybe I missed it. Yeah, I did miss it. So let's get back to that.
Yeah, no, there's so much testimony that. Yeah, you know. We can get it.
You get Karen, you're getting out of that, Yannetti.
Alex, do you expect
I love how Karen always shows Tom a little love.
very well? Very well.
Guys, make sure to give Tom a like on this video.
Karen, we got you. Shay.
Love you guys. Great job in there. Great job. Good job in there. Great job. We love you guys. I was not even joking.
It's hot now. Is that courtroom hot?
No, the room was nice and cool. It was nice.
You know,
Shay.
it was hot in there today.
Shay.
Oh, shit. Yeah. All right. Let's go back to Plevin. All right. Hold on a second. This is fucking outrageous. This is outrageous.
In this case. So when you look at things like Jen going over to, or going with Kerry over to Officer Lank's house, you have to say, what is the significance? Is it really just kind of a small town thing? and they're dropping off Kerry's daughter? Or is it they're getting their story straight as part of a massive cover-up?
The latter, because why did she lie about it? That's the question you need to be asking, Plevin. Why did she lie about it? Why was it off the books? Why was it not addressed?
Well, in order to really truly make conclusions on something like that, you have to look at all the other evidence. And that's what you'll have to be. And you can
I
also,
agree.
for instance, apply the same logic that I did on 227. If there was no real serious opportunity to tamper with Karen's SUV, and no time frame, no chance within which you could have buried that evidence in the snow.
Okay. What you're listening to right now is Plevin trying real hard not to backpedal.
Then you can look at the other actions, whether it's Matt McCabe texting Chris to say John never came in the house, or likewise Jenn's being in the same room as Kerry Roberts, or listening to some of Kerry Roberts' testimony on the phone. You could just look at those things and say, that's just normal stuff that goes on when people are trying to figure out what happened.
Except
And
it's not.
evidence of people orchestrating a cover-up and trying to get their story straight.
Okay.
So to me, this is why the physical...
It doesn't have to be, Plevin. It doesn't have to be. All it has to do is create doubt. That's it. That's it.
Physical evidence in anything, any case I've ever looked at, the physical evidence takes primacy. And you deduct from what you know from the physical evidence. You deduce things from that. You make deductions, logical deductions. And from that, you start to eliminate roads. You start to eliminate possibilities. And once you eliminate enough possibilities, eventually you only have one left. And that's what's happened. So we need to hear the totality of the evidence here. And that includes all the testimony. We need to hear Kerry's testimony, obviously. So
let's talk about that physical evidence.
I would suggest that people.
Let's talk about that physical evidence for a second. The physical evidence to where Jenn McCabe says that that's how she saw the pictures shown is how she saw the tail light. Right? The tail light in which she claims Karen Reed brought her when they got to One Meadows Avenue, John O'Keefe's house, that she said, hey, come everybody look at my light, meaning her and Kerry Roberts to come look at Karen Reed's tail light. That never happened because we saw video footage that contradicts this statement, meaning that Jenn McCabe fucking lied. In her statement, she claims that she saw and Kerry Roberts saw that Karen Reed's taillight was cracked, quote unquote. Cracked. And the picture that is shown to her by Alan Jackson is how she says she saw the taillight. Little did Jenn McCabe know that it was already established through testimony that that taillight was removed. It was already established when they spoke to the investigators, and the investigators testified on the stand that that taillight was removed. So she says that that's how she saw the taillight. And Alan Jackson says that doesn't look cracked to me. That looks removed. She's like, basically tomato, tomato. Okay. But Jenn McCabe didn't know that the taillight had been removed by investigators already. So she got caught lying on the stand. That was one of the many times she got caught lying on the stand. So I'll just that's just a drop in the bucket on how flimsy the physical evidence is going to be. That's just a drop in the bucket. We've stated a million times on this channel why the physical evidence is weak at best. And that's just through chain of custody. That's just through chain of custody, which has already been established, by the way. The only difference is they have not had Michael Proctor on that stand yet. And what I found most interesting and fascinating was when they talked about Lolly being at these meetings. So right now, in this meeting that Jenn McCabe continued to lie about, this off the books meeting where there were no notes taken, there was no recording of it, and yet all of these investigators, this 6-person meeting takes place, and it's not recorded. It's not recorded in any way, shape, or form. It's not recorded by a digital recorder. It's not recorded by video camera. It's not recorded by even someone taking notes. It's not recorded in any way, shape, or form. Not recorded. But Lolly was at this meeting. So right now the jury is looking at Lolly side-eyed as fuck. So now literally every single witness that Lolly brings up to the stand is going to lack credibility to that jury. This is the beauty of this defense. Now every single witness, because I'll say that one more time, every single witness that Lolly, the prosecutor, brings up to that stand to testify is going to lack credibility because Lolly is looking shady to that jury. I mean, this case is won. The question is whether or not it will be enough, whether or not enough evidence will be put on record to get John O'Keefe justice ultimately after Karen Reed is exonerated. That's the question.
The people approach this case. So if you look at things like that, like Jenn's testimony, and say, is it suspicious? Well, it really depends on the rest of the evidence as it develops here, the vehicle data. I don't think it's going to be reasonable. I don't think it's reasonable to suggest that Lexus, Toyota, if the vehicle data really is something that indicts Karen, Lexus, Toyota is not part of this great conspiracy here, right? So
the vehicle data doesn't matter. You know why? Because there is no vehicle data. It was already established in grand jury testimony by Michael Proctor that the person who investigates this vehicle data concluded that no data could be recovered. Yet somehow this data expert concluded also that John O'Keefe was a victim of vehicular homicide. Explain that shit. How? On what planet, in what universe is a vehicle data expert who could not retrieve any data from the vehicle conclude that John O'Keefe was a victim of vehicular homicide? Explain that shit, Plevin.
but we haven't seen that data yet. So let's see what the data suggests. And there's just other aspects of this case. And I would consider something like the vehicle data from Lexus to be pretty close to what I would call, it's similar to physical evidence. It's not something that can be easy to fake, although we have to rely on a certain amount of it. We'll see how specific it is and whether it's something that we have to interpret. For instance, they may, I'm not saying this is the case, but hypothetically, they may say that Karen was involved in an incident within a certain period of.
Sorry, Cherry. It ended on 68%. Right when I went to click on it, it went down to 68%, but nice try. Nice try.
Days of her going in reverse at 23 miles an hour. Well, that would be interesting, but if there's people might say, but that might have happened at some other time. Right? So we'll have to see exactly what that data says. So I don't think Kate's coming back. She's still kind of here logged on, so she might be on the phone somewhere. But if she doesn't get back, I'm going to call it a day, and grateful that we can call it a day because it's a beautiful day to go outside. It's getting warm in this room.
Oh, it is a
Just do a
beautiful
quick
day,
look
Plevin.
at the questions.
It is a beautiful day. I agree with that.
Everyone. See, I'm trying to give you analysis, Rich, but you don't want it. You're saying everyone knows that Jen was lying all day, unless you have mind
Everyone
reading
knows.
ability. You don't know that. Now you can say your interpretation of that, but you have to ask yourself. I'm asking you to ask yourself this, Rich. Are you reading into something that you want to read into? Because
one of my favorite lines from Jackson today was when Jennifer McCabe accused him of spinning a narrative. And Jackson said, "We have a judge right here to make sure that I don't spin anything. There is a judge right here, one that the public has already basically labeled as bias, right? And he's saying, we have a judge here that makes sure, she's here to make sure that I don't spin anything. So, no, dude. No, dude. Jen McCabe was lying. It is established that Jen McCabe was lying. Has nothing to do with mind reading. Otherwise, that would fucking that would dismiss every case. That would convict all kinds of people. I mean, the whole point is to prove to a jury whether or not they feel like, is to establish to a jury, do you think, it's present a case to a jury and say, do you think that this person is a liar? Guaranteed. Now, I'm not reading the minds of the jury. Fair enough. But if I'm on that jury and I'm just now getting the facts of this case and I'm watching that person testify in cross-examination, laid out the way that Jackson laid it out, I'm looking at that person sitting on the stand like they're a fucking liar. Guaranteed. Yeah, that's what's happening. What the fuck were you doing? What the fuck were you thinking? That's what's going on. Is Krusty's on the phone with Jen McCabe, flipping out. Fun stuff.
Because that was the narrative you already believed at the start of the day. Only you know this, but this is something that you have to do. Okay, you have to be able to make that determination. You have to have that kind of introspection, that self-awareness. Are you reading into this? Every little thing that Alan Jackson wants you to read into it. I like logic. Yes, Rich. So please tell me where my logic is gone.
I mean, I am. Because he presented a perfect fucking cross-examination.
That he's reading into it. Bust. I don't think I'm easily triggered, Busty, but something.
He asked yes or no questions, and she dodged every single question. If she was a credible witness, she would have just been able to answer yes or no, like the very few credible witnesses that have already testified. We actually have seen in this trial the contrast between a credible witness and a non-credible witness over and over again. We've seen it.
Sometimes, sure. I mean, I'm triggered by bad logic. I'm triggered by extreme statements that aren't supported by the evidence.
You mean like Jennifer McCabe's statements?
Why would Jen be happy? See, you're trying to, at reporting that, you're trying to go back in time and read people's emotions and impart meaning onto it that makes it fit your version of the story. When more than likely it's something innocent, and that's why you try to, it's not that you don't look at those things, but really look at the actual physical evidence and the data and things like that. And look at that includes the possibility. We know
that
where Karen's car was all day.
Plevin keeps saying, you got to look at the physical evidence and the data. We are looking at the physical evidence and the data. We have been this entire time. We've been looking at it since before this trial started, since before jury selection started, since before preliminary hearings started. Shelly Hall, thank you. Go to the live stream that the DUI guy did this morning to the 3 hour and 44 minute mark. She said, fought
instead of thought. I'm not going to read too deep into that. Let me look at it first. Let me check it out. All right, Plevin, you're just going to have to hold on a second, buddy. I'm going to get right back to you. Sorry, I'm looking for DUI guys. All right. All right, hold on a second. 3 hour and what? 3 hour and 44-minute mark. Thank you, Shelly Hall. Appreciate you.
Them after Kerry saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
There's yet another text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on
343.
January 29th, and this is on page 2226.
Did you guys hear that?
And she says, quote, "We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it," end quote. And then you texted, right? Correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
Jackson.
I'll allow it.
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go
Didn't want
running
it to
around.
leave our little
letting
circle.
people
Right, yeah,
see,
that was dirty
oh my
as fuck.
gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened. It was nothing more than let's not text about it.
So you wanted to keep it, in your words, in your little circle, correct?
Correct. I didn't want it all out there what we had thought had happened. I was going to let the police do their
Yeah.
job.
See, I'm not reading too much into that. That's just, this woman can't talk. That's all I'm seeing out of that. We fought and thought, and she just can't fucking talk is all it is. She's an idiot. I don't think that that's shady. It's just stupidity.
Definition, the info that Nicole Albert was talking about, that needed to be kept very
Now, the other stuff that he's pointing out, I totally agree with. It's very shady.
secret.
We wanted to keep it in our little circle. Why? Why? I mean, you basically told the jury that you were just like, you didn't want anything in writing. Now, she used the excuse our kids go through our phones, but I mean, we wanted to keep everything in our little circle. Okay. Oh, Joe from Good Logic says hi. I like Good Logic. It's a good channel. If he gave me a shout out, that's cool, man. Right on. Shout out to Joe from Good Logic. Fantastic. Yeah, Larry must be losing his shit, dude. I don't blame him at all. I don't blame him at all. Like, this is fucking wild, man. This whole thing is just fucking wild. I'd have to do like a whole yeah, I'd have to do like a whole recap, which I may do later tonight. But I also don't want to like step on any toes. Like there's other channels that do recaps, and I don't want to be doing a recap at the same time as them because they can't stream the trial during the day. So I might just do a recap later on. Like not later on today, but
Okay, you have to look. I would say that one of the ways you have to look at this is you have to look at the overall picture. Okay, let me use 227 as an example.
Please. Because that's all you have to hang
Let's
on
say
to.
you're not a forensic data person, and I am not. And no matter how much you spend time trying to research this on your own, like I did, we're still not a forensic data person. I've never done a cell phone extraction. I've never used.
Point taken. But Plevin, it doesn't take a phone data person to know that if two searches show up on the same report, and the argument is that those two searches are the same search, but one is deleted and the other one is not, it doesn't take a phone data expert to realize that there are two separate searches. I don't need a phone data expert to tell me that. I might need one to confirm it, but what that cell phone, what that witness is going to say, much like every other prosecution witness is going to do, he's going to be a witness for the defense. Unknowingly, unwittingly, going to be a witness for the defense. Guaranteed, because what's going to happen is the prosecution is going to say, did the 604 search happen? And then that expert is going to go, yes, it did. But that witness is not, that expert is not going to say the 227 search did not happen. That's not going to happen. That I guarantee you, that I promise you. Mark my words that expert is not going to testify in open court that the 227 search did not happen. And that is all that Plevin has to hold on to anymore. And that's why he keeps bringing it up, because everything else has been fucking trashed, done, burnt, fried, engulfed, disintegrated, everything. Like, just like, dude, Plevin, just backpedal. Just give it up. Just give it up.
Use Celebrite software. So you end up, as we did last summer, you have competing experts. You have somebody from the defense saying they found XYZ, and someone from, and experts from the other side, from the state, saying that no, it was ABC. How do you split the difference on it? Well, it turns out with 227, there is a way to determine whether the 227.
You don't split the difference on physical evidence, bro. It's either evidence or it isn't. What do you mean split the difference? What the fuck are you talking about?
Search happened without looking at the data. And of course, even we now know that the paramedic on the ambulance heard Karen ask something similar, but we didn't know that at the time. We didn't know that until the trial. So
no, the paramedic said that she said.
Just going back to last summer, as I was looking at 227 to try to determine what's the truth here, one of the things that I realized is that the 227 search has a very proportional relationship with the idea of planting evidence. It's a direct connection. You can kind of you can consider them in together. And let me explain it. So in this case here, the physical evidence of the crime scene indisputably links Karen's SUV to the death of John O'Keefe.
No, it doesn't.
Now, the only way that SUV did not cause John's death is if there was planting of evidence, a pretty substantial, significant planting of evidence. So you have door number 1 and door number 2, and that's it. There's no door number 3. Now, what exactly happens? If door number 1 is Karen causing the accident, there is still room for ways. We don't know exactly how that happened. You still have to explain the injuries and the damage to the car, and whether Karen knowingly left the scene of the crime, knowing that she had hit John.
It's already been explained.
There's obviously a lot that would still have to be worked out on that side. But just still looking at the fundamental, looking at this as a road, and you come to a fork in the road, as Yogi Berra used to like to do.
Oh my God,
and
dude.
You have either A or B. And in A, Karen did this, or Karen's vehicle at least did this. You know, whoever was driving it. And B, Karen's completely innocent and somebody manufactured the evidence by planting taillight pieces. It's A or B. There's nowhere in between. So then I go back and I look at 227. 227, in my view, if Jenn made that search for how long to die in the cold at 227, then she knew John was dying in the cold, or that was the plan to do that.
Right.
That's just way too much of a coincidence for me to buy into, that she might make a really strange search like that just while coincidentally her friend happened to be doing that or was about to be doing that. There's no way that would happen.
What?
If Jenn made that search, then she knew that John was either in the cold or was soon about to be.
Right. Yeah.
So you can look at it the other way around too. All right. So if Jenn made the search at 227,
okay,
then that means the evidence at the crime scene had to be planted. Had to be.
Right.
So let's circle back.
Okay.
If you can show that there was no opportunity to tamper with that vehicle and no opportunity to plant that evidence at the crime scene, then just logical deduction, that means no search for how long to die in the cold took place at 227. You see how that connects in that?
Plevin, just stop, dude. Just stop doing this to yourself. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment for Plevin right now. Just fucking stop, dude. We know that Berkowitz had the opportunity. We know that Berkowitz had the opportunity to plant the evidence. We know that Proctor had the opportunity to plant the evidence. How do we know this? Because he didn't log anything into evidence, at least not till weeks later. We know this. What are you talking about? Jesus, Plevin. Like, I mean, dear sweet Plevin on panel on Court TV at least one more time after Jenn McCabe's testimony. Please, dear sweet baby Jesus. Amen. All right. There's my prayer. Because I can't wait. Like, I so want Plevin to be the mouthpiece for Court TV at this point. I love it. I love it. It's so funny. Like, you know, I realize that this is going to cost me, you know, it's going to cost me some possible associations that I may obtain through having my channel and coverage of this case by being so blunt and so honest about my feelings. I say fuck Court TV. I'm saying it. Fuck Court TV. At this point, there's no reason why Court TV would be so dismissive of the truth at this point unless they were just full of shit. It bugs me. It bugs me. It's law and crime too. Yeah. Shit. And I said this about News Nation back during the Watts case, for fuck's sake. Fuck News Nation. I don't care. I don't care if this. I never cared before, and now that my channel's growing, I realize that some might think this is a bad move, Blair. Will, why are you saying fuck Court TV? Aren't you worried that you'll never get an opportunity to be on panel there someday, or blah blah blah? No, I'm not worried about that, because to quote Vinnie Politan, I am in search for the truth. I am only interested in the truth. I am not interested in anything else but the truth. And if my channel grows because of my interest and pure interest in the truth, that is a blessing. And if it goes down because of my interest in the truth, so be it. So be it. I don't give a fuck about anything but the truth. When I say it, I mean it. I'm not saying Vinny doesn't mean it. I'm saying when I say it, I fucking mean it. I don't give a shit about anything other than the truth. Period. Now, yeah, and I'm done with Plevin because I can't. I actually almost feel bad for him. Seriously. Like he's right now he's reeling and he's stirring right now, wondering what in the hell just happened. Everything that he said would not happen has been happening throughout this trial. Gainer Rands, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, people, we are not at this point. We are not at this point with this channel. Okay? We are not at this point because of managing whether or not I might get more views or less views. I am grateful for how many views I'm getting covering this trial. I'm absolutely grateful, but I have covered many other trials prior to this where I had maybe 20 people in chat because that trial was important to me. This trial is no less important to me or no more important to me than any of those other trials. Go back. There's 5 years worth of fucking content on my channel. Go back. It's all there. One thing that you will find about me on my channel is consistency. And that is something that I take great pride in. So, I mean, like I said, I'm grateful for how much my channel has grown. But I am proud of how much my channel has grown for the reason being that I have never deviated from my morals or my integrity. Ever. And I take great pride in that. And again, if my channel fucking, if I kamikaze this shit, so be it. But I'm not going to start kissing bigger platforms' asses. I'm not going to fucking say just the right thing that might get me on a TV or in a documentary or what the fuck ever. I will not do that. I have never done that, and I'm not going to start now. I want everybody here subscribed to me to be subscribed to me for the right reasons and no other reasons other than the right reasons. And those right reasons being the integrity that I take pride in running this channel. On that note, I need to show a little more gratitude. I want to get more in the habit of doing this because I get some support. I get like cash apps and stuff like that. Anna, thank you so much. I'm a new fan. Your authenticity is refreshing. Thank you. That means a lot. That's all I want you to like me for, if I'm being honest. Fuck everything else. That's it. But I get some stuff like that are not super chats. And so I want to like read off some of these. Let's see. They don't have dates. Hold on. Okay, so yesterday at 7:05, from Jay, I got a cash app. I'm going to read the cash apps first. Did Karen Reed have Apple CarPlay on and John O'Keefe saw Higgins' text? I don't know. This is from my live yesterday. I don't know. I don't know. I can only speculate as to what happened inside that house. I know something happened inside that house. I just don't know what. I'm not going to pretend like I do. But once in a while, we'll speculate. And once in a while, will theorize. I did a little bit of that yesterday. I'm not going to do that right now. And let's see. And then what's Carrie Roberts' involvement? This is from Donna. Roll Tide. What's Carrie Roberts' involvement? I think we heard a lot of it. I don't know. I think that Jenn McCabe had a lot of control over what Carrie Roberts said to law enforcement and what she didn't. We'll find out more about Carrie Roberts tomorrow, hopefully. Well, I mean, if not till the next day, that's fine too, because we've got still quite a bit of cross-examination of Jenn McCabe to take place tomorrow. So that's true. From Jessica, today at 9 a.m., 9:10 actually, Karma's a bitch. Randy said, free Karen Reed. You rock. Keep up the great content. Thank you so much. And Alyssa said, I'm a new fan. You don't give yourself enough credit. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Susan said, please forgive me on the Neil's comment. Oh, this is from Saturday. Never mind. That was a highlighted one. Okay. Those are the cash apps. Let me all right. And then there's some Venmos I'm going to go over real quick. Just a couple of Venmos. One from Patricia that says, thanks for all you do, free Karen Reed. And Leslie, happy Jenn McCabe Cross Day. Thank you, Leslie. I appreciate it. And oh my goodness. Wait.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think.
Camvat, thank you so much. Who are the Sullivans testifying tomorrow? Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. That I don't know. I don't know who the Sullivans are. Let me take a look real quick at, let's see, the Sullivans. Heather Sullivan. It doesn't say who Heather Sullivan is. I just have her name here. So I'm not seeing who the Sullivans are. I'm not seeing any explanation as to the Sullivans as of yet. So I don't know. I'm at a loss. Let me see. Sandy, thank you so much. I'm so glad to have found you. Your honesty is refreshing. I'm a fan already, and I'm sending everyone in my Facebook group here. Right on. Appreciate that. Thank you. And I just got another Cash App. And that's from Francis. Keep doing what you're doing. Sorry, keep doing what you're doing. I'm a fan. Right on. That means a lot. Thank you so much. So yeah, I think this is a good time to go ahead and wrap this up. All of you guys hanging out, man. Listen, there's a lot of channels that are covering this that are doing a great job, and I'm fascinated by their insight. I know attorney Melanie Little is live right now. She does great work on this case. She has been since before this trial even started. There's, of course, Larry, the DUI guy. There's Runkle of the Bailey. He does great recaps. And Aruba, what are you talking about? Aruba, stop yelling at me, Aruba. I don't understand what the fuck that means, Cherry. What are you talking about? Oh, okay. The Sullivans are the Aruba people. Okay, got it. So pointless fucking, yeah, doesn't matter. They're going to try to use the Sullivans to establish motive, which is just fucking dumb. At this point, Lolly's the worst lawyer fucking ever. Because for him to bring this up now, after all of these cross examinations have taken place, unbelievable. Yes, I'm not done. I'm not done pointing out other great channels. Of course, there's Resistance to Silence. Those are the people who organize and conduct these great protests of these rabid, crazy turtle cult people. They're the ones who actually get together and organize these protests, and not just for Karen Reed, but for Turtle Boy and for Sandra Birchmore as well. We're going to hear more. We're not hearing the last of Sandra Birchmore. This stuff is going to come out soon, and I'm going to continue to talk about it. Once this is over, I will be focused on Sandra Birchmore as well. There's the Young Jerks, Mike Crawford. There is Mazza Media. Mazza Media, man. Keep your eye on Mazza Media, dude. And of course, there's Turtle Boy. Yeah, I know I'm awesome. How do you like them apples? I'm awesome as fuck. I mean, god damn, I'm awesome, dude. You must love that shit. Brian LTL as well. There's I mean, if I'm missing anybody, like I said, there's a shit ton of channels. Of course, Tom CPU, who gets all the footage outside of the courthouse. Because again, I've said it many times. What goes on outside that courthouse, in my opinion, is just as important as what goes on inside that courthouse. Yeah, Broken Baker as well, absolutely. And I already said DUI guy. But guys, I got to take care of Clubber. I got a lot I got to do. You guys are fantastic. I am going to go ahead and wrap this one up, folks. Thank you guys. Please make sure to hit the like if you haven't already. That would mean the whole world to me. Thank you guys to all of the new subscribers. And holy shit, speaking of which, I just hit 29,000 subs, man. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Y'all are nuts. But I appreciate it. But 29,000 subs, man. That's nothing to shake a stick at, man. And yes, Sean McDonough. Excuse me. I forgot. I can't believe I forgot Sean McDonough. What's Sean McDonough's channel's name? Fuck. I always just know him as Sean McDonough, and I always Going Through the Motions. Going Through the Motions is Sean McDonough's channel. Make sure to subscribe to Sean McDonough. Yeah, man. And I said Bronco of the Bailey. Yeah. So guys, thank you guys for subscribing. That means the whole world to me. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for hitting the like. Make sure to hit the like on your way out if you haven't already. I appreciate it. And thank you guys for all the support. You guys are amazing. You guys are fantastic. I do love you guys very, very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.